ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is set
rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is set
rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
Ένα, δύο, ναι, ένα, δύο, ένα. Όχι, εντάξει, είναι οκ τώρα. Ένα, δύο, line.
1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed is
interest rate
set to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is set
rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Hello. Okay. Julia,
please take your seats. The president has just arrived.
Ну, коли зараз я буду говорити. Юлія Тимошенко.
Please take your seats. Is that all right? Okay. Please take your seats. The president is arriving. If you can hear me. Okay. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You have to go to the podium to tell them to sit down. They won't listen to you. Mr. Cyprus.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The president is here, and we are going to begin the 18th conference. Welcome to the 18th Economist Annual Cyprus Summit. My name is John Peet. I'm the Brexit and political editor of The Economist, and I've been presiding over these conferences for 15 years. This was the first time I've been here when I've seen quite so much rain as yesterday. But it's a great pleasure and an honor to be once again chairing your session and once again to be introducing the president, Nikos Anastasiadis. I remember his first conference as president in, I think, March 2013, just when Cyprus and the euro crisis began, almost at the beginning of his presidency. And now, as he comes to the end of his presidency, there is yet another crisis: energy, Ukraine, and inflation. So that's life in politics, I'm afraid, Mr. President. During your presidency, I think you've had the pleasure of dealing with 4 British prime ministers. My prediction is that before you leave, you may be dealing with a 5th British prime minister. But that's enough from me. I would like to open this conference by giving the floor to President Anastasiadis.
use your translation mechanism. I'm going to deliver my speech in Greek.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm very happy that once again I am with you at this annual Cyprus Summit of the Economist. Before saying anything else, allow me to express my congratulations to the organizers who, through the presence of distinguished personalities all these years, have achieved great success to make the conference as a reference point for business and economic world of Cyprus. Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly, after the end of the pandemic, we face another crisis, which, as a result of the Russian invasion, the unacceptable invasion by Russia of Ukraine, has brought on inflation and reduction of the purchasing power of citizens. And the governments are dealing with this, and other governments, of course, are dealing with this with great care and seriousness, as the crisis of 2013 and 2020. And I have no doubt that once again, through our fiscal policy, our prudent policy, we will see ourselves through. Because we did set the foundations for a resilient economy through changes and modernization of our financial model and targeted actions like the new national strategy for the headquartering, the competitiveness programs like university education, shipping, tourism, high-tech, R&D, renewables, and health. We also made reforms to modernize the state that complement the above plans by managerial changes, by creating deputy ministries and other changes involving e-governance, education, agriculture, the National Health Service, the minimum income, the pension above the poverty level, and a multitude of other things that I do not have time to go into. What I have mentioned would sound great, only just great, as words, if they were not proven by statistics and evidence that the economy, after recovering, is continuing its onward movement, and an expected growth of 5.7 for 2022. Public finances, now we are going back to surpluses. As you know, the budget of 2023 foresees a surplus of 350 million euros, which is good for the size of Cyprus. 93% this year and about 80% next year. Unemployment is also dropping to under 7% of the workforce, and for 23 it's anticipated it will fall to 6.4%. Inflation will rise to 5.2%, lower than the average EU average, which is set at 6.8%. Evaluations, and we are always trying to upgrade and of course we are being helped to upgrade the credit worthiness of Cyprus. Now, with the pandemic and the global financial crisis, our fiscal policy with prudence in times of stability is a prerequisite to support businesses, employees, and the vulnerable groups of our citizens without endangering access to state financing or undermining the creditworthiness of Cyprus. This way of management by the government allowed us to support businesses, employees, and vulnerable groups during the health crisis and the present crisis, with amount of 3 billion euro during the pandemic and 350 million during the present crisis. It also allowed us to submit for 2023 an increased budget by 500 million euro compared to 22, with increased development expenses and enhancing expenses for social protection by 4%. As this budget remains the last that my government tables, allow me to say that the liquid assets of the state were enough for the public expenses of just 1 month. So we were at the point of bankruptcy with unemployment, negative growth rates, and an economy at its lowest investment level, the category of garbage, of trash, which of course did not allow borrowing from international markets. Delivering a robust economy with surpluses and positive growth rates, reduction of unemployment despite the crisis, and the one that we're going through now, which may be the most serious one, was a conscious decision of the government in a sense of responsibility for our people. This sense of responsibility, which does not allow us now, 5 months before giving up the governance, to proceed to actions that would indeed satisfy many claims and requests, but would undermine the fiscal policy and would undermine the credibility of our financial policy internationally. And what saddens me is to hear references made to a government that doesn't care, that doesn't bring back policies that were not taken during our time, but at the time of our those that accuse us, like the COLA, the cost of living allowance, the 12% reduction for those, the 12% reduction in pension for those that get their pension at 63 years old. Proposals that were made before. This is, of course, a pre-election period, and naturally, each candidate promises what they think will satisfy the demands, whether they be justified or not. But I say that we will give back authority and the government with the same sense of responsibility that we took it up. We do not want to leave behind us the state in the condition that we received it in 2013. I will suggest to the Council of Ministers to decide that as of December 1st, any demands that would lead to a significant fiscal derailing will not be accepted. Requests or demands that are justified and do not negatively impact our planning will be examined carefully, as well as new support measures for our citizens, particularly vulnerable groups, due to the existing inflationary and energy crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, we've set the foundations for achieving sustainable financial and social development, as is recognized by European Commission and the International Monetary Fund and other houses that record the strength of our economy, a dynamic that is enhanced by what is included in the roadmap Cyprus of tomorrow. It's a legacy left to the others, and also a 4.4 million euro budget for that for 2026, and an added 7% to the gross national product, with more than 11,000 new jobs being created through 5 pillars of policy. It includes critical reforms and 76 substantial investments. I don't have the time to go into detail here, but let me just say that in the resilience and competitiveness of the economy pillar, which includes investments and reforms to broaden the production basis through the primary and secondary economy sectors, strengthening R&D, improving competitiveness and the business environment through digital reform, speeding up licensing procedures, giving intensives, supporting innovative units, promoting the green and circular economy, changing and strengthening our tourist products, further modernizing public administration and local authorities, and finally reform and improvement of the effectiveness of the judicial system. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to mention the last developments due to the war in Ukraine and the unacceptable invasion by Russia. What many realize is that now more than ever it's necessary to coordinate policies and actions to deal with the vast problems we face, particularly amongst the EU countries, taking into account the impacts of the imposing of sanctions. And to do that in a way that will not adopt conflicting policies between the EU countries, and therefore our position is that first, the fiscal policy must be complementary of the monetary policy, the measures that governments take to deal with energy prices should be well planned so as not to add to the pressures. Support should be temporary and targeted to vulnerable households and businesses. 3, sanctions should be well thought, targeted, taking into account national specificities, maximizing the impact on the Russian economy, minimizing it on the EU member states' economy. 4, measures to end by supposed allies conformity with the sanctions, which erodes the sanctions. 5, in relation to a proposal of a number of states to set a ceiling price for natural gas throughout the EU, we must see to it that that will be temporary, that it will not create imbalances in the energy market, and nor the practices that would be followed under normal conditions. At the same time, it should safeguard energy security of the member states to have natural gas to countries that will continue to buy at higher prices and take care of the security of energy supply. Also, look at options of how to use the emissions trading system to deal with the high prices of energy, maintaining at the same time the growth rate so that we can proceed with our policy for green transition. Another point is fiscal policies must aim to maintain the sustainability of the debt and also to support the workforce, facilitating the monetary policy to safeguard the return of inflation to the midterm goal set by the European Central Bank. And finally, there should be a simplification of the procedures, specifically with regard to the Stability and Development Pact, in order to safeguard stability of fiscal regulations. Dear friends, I apologize for my extensive references, but I deemed that this was an opportunity to mention the current economic handlings and our positions on Cyprus as a consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I would like to mention that we will pass on to the next government a successful policy model with specific goals, reforms and actions that will embed and solidify the economy and give impetus to the excellent prospects we have in the main production sectors. That was my debt vis-à-vis my country and my fellow citizens, to create solid foundations of financial growth that will help us deal with any unforeseen crisis, but also will create conditions for future prosperity. And with these words, I want to wish every success to the proceedings of your 18th summit, and I look forward to seeing the conclusions of your work here. these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. President, for those opening remarks and for opening our 18th summit. And we are, in fact, going to go straight on to our next session on the future of Europe. We are hoping to hear about security structures and NATO, a political update on Italy following the election, energy, and something on Turkey from Matteo Renzi, who was Italy's Prime Minister at the time that the President became President of Cyprus. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Renzi to come and give us his remarks. Just as a way of prelude, I might tell the former Prime Minister that in London nowadays we talk of something called Britaly, which is where Britain and Italy change places. Mr. Renzi, you have the floor.
Yes, because good morning, everyone. My friend Nikos, remember, he was for 10 years President of the Republic. Pete jokes about the number of British Prime Minister who changed. For me, it's a great reason of happiness, because really UK try to surpass Italy, but you are not able to surpass us, because, no, please, we have fact-checking and we call the VAR to verify. So, 4 Prime Ministers, during the service of Nikos, 4 Prime Ministers changed for the moment, as Peter said. And so, the current, of course, Boris before, Teresa before, and David. So, 4, for the moment 4. But Italians do better, because during the service of Nikos, the first was Mario Monti, then Letta, Enrico, then myself for almost 3 years. And when I have my speeches around the world, a lot of people, oh, sorry, only 3 years. But 3 years in Italy is geological era. So why you are so sad? We are so happy for that. Then Prime Minister Gentiloni, then Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte, then Mario Draghi. And next week we'll have a new Prime Minister. She will be the first woman. An arrival for me, because she came from far right, Giorgia Meloni, but the coalition of far right won election, and so probably next week we'll have a new government. I will speak just some minutes also about Italy, but try to discuss about crisis. Navigating the crisis, it's a very hard job in that period. Crisis, you know, is a word that came from ancient Greece, krino. Krino means see deeply, judge, observe. And krino means we have to observe very deeply what happened around the world. So, just a little framework what happened today around the world before the question of Pete. 2 days ago, in China, President Xi Jinping opened the Congress for the first time in the history of China. The president remained for more than 10 years. We don't know what could happen in 2027, but it's important to underline President Xi Jinping really changed the history of China. And he wants to continue to change, will change again in the next years. That, of course, have a lot of positive results. Please, thinking about the people who exit from poverty. That is absolutely good news, but at the same time, we have a lot of preoccupations for what could happen in the next months, in the next years, in Chinese Sea, particularly in Taiwan, but not only in Taiwan. I was with some colleagues just 1 month ago in Tokyo, less than 1 month ago, for the ceremony, funeral for Mr. Abe Shinzo, Prime Minister of Japan for 7 years and a half, from 2012 and 2019. And I remembered a lot of discussion with Shinzo about the risks for all the southeastern area for the tensions in Taiwan. So, if we want to see every corner of the world, paradoxically we have to start from the east. China, Japan, tension between North Korea and South Korea, and I think a crisis of democracy around the world and a crisis of demography in Europe. Please, we have a radical, consider that, we have a radical transformation of demography around the world. Not only because in the last century we grew up with an unbelievable way, but because we have today a very great difference between old Europe and the rest of the world. Before the crisis of democracy, we have a crisis of demography. Europe is more or less 500 million of people, more or less. And we have a flat growth. At the same time, we have India, who became the first country in terms of population around the world. But we have a growth unbelievable, not only in some countries as Indonesia on the southeast, but also in Africa. I continue to stress this point. Nigeria will be, in the next 20 years, with most full of people than everyone, not only country in Africa, that is easy, but the number of population in Nigeria in the next 20 years will be bigger than the Europe, all Europe, more or less 465 million people. That is the expectation. So, in that framework, of course, we have tensions in every corner of the world. Probably the growth of extremism will be a problem for our communities, more for what happened today in Afghanistan and in Africa than the traditional reasons of Middle East, because there is a radical change of that. And it's very interesting what means today Boko Haram. Boko Haram means is forbidden reading. Books are a problem. Culture is a problem. Because the real challenge is against education. And of course, just because I have only the time to give a list of potential problems to try to give a solution in terms of navigating crisis, please consider the problems for democracy, because we have a generation of leaders who think every moment about consensus. In the past, when a man or woman won election, it's easy. Try to have 5 years, 4 years, 6 years, 1 year in Italy because we have a different system, but to try to be able to guarantee a government. Now the real problem of leader is thinking every moment about consensus in Instagram, in Twitter, in social network. And that translates the mind of the leader, because the leader stopped to be a leader and start to be a follower. And that is a problem, not only for Twitter, but is a problem because we lost the capacity to have a vision. So, in that framework, of course, the most important problem today is the problem in Ukraine, with the illegal invasion and aggression from Russian troops. And that is a problem for integrity of our territory of our friends, Ukrainian friends, but is also a problem about the model of Europe we have in the mind for the next year. And as Nikos explained very well, this war changed totally our position about the single Oh my gosh. Oh. That seems the Pope. Brothers and sisters. No, I come from Roma, of course, that is the reason. But I think the problem about, first of all, energy, and let me be very clear, I have a very great admiration for Cyprus' policies in energy, because when we start to work together with Nikos in European Council, I remember we had two visions. The first was the vision of Germany, particularly from our friend Angela, who stressed the point of Nord Stream 2, and our strategy was to try to create a pipeline from the south, from Middle East and from East Europe. And that was a reason of great division and tensions in European Council, and I remember that. But just to conclude, because I decided to offer only a vision of problems, very easy for a politician. I offer a problem, a list of problems, then we will try to discuss about solution. Please consider what happened in the next year, what could happen in the next years about not only energy, but food. Food is not simply a question for chef and the TV program. Food have to become one of the most important problems around the world, political problem. The people don't understand how is deep and radical the change about policies on food and, of course, agriculture and sovereignty about food in the next years around the world. And if you think, we have a radical change of a vocabulary. We start with words probably unbelievable in the past. War, lockdown, energy crisis. It seems we became a citizen of the last century. I think we have to change radically that vision, and I think it's important the role as countries as Cyprus to try to give a new vision for the next years, because that is my last consideration. In that time of crisis, we have only one way, we as Europeans, try to encourage a vision focused on the United States of Europe, because we have an alternative to that. If you think about that crisis, you understand how is deep the radical change between USA and China, and we need a role as Europeans, able to try and to guarantee a new future for our children. For that, I know could be paradox for you to listen that words from an Italian guy, because just 1 month ago, a majority of populism won Italian election, and in the past, the woman who became next prime minister used expression very strong against Europe. But I have a challenge, and I guarantee in discussion with my friends, don't worry. Populists won election against Europe and then became able to create a government with Europe. We will see a transformation of Italian leaders from anti-Europe to pro-Europe. That is tradition, not only in Italy. Please think what happened also in Greece some years ago, but consider what happened in every country. Europe is considered the problem in electoral campaign and became the solution during the government. I think we need a different vision, and for that, of course, I think next year will be very good. Why? You spend 10 minutes to have a list of problems: energy, food, democracy, demography. You destroy our good vibes of the morning because you have a list of problems very, very strong. Please, believe me, exactly in the time of difficulties, there is the possibility to create a new vision. And Europe has only one possibility to become big. leave time of crisis with a new vision and a new hope. I believe that is possible. Of course, I don't know what will happen in UK in the next months, but I know UK is, just to introduce, Peter, our conversation, I think UK is exactly the symbol of that problem without Europe. Of course, the problem inside the UK government don't come from EU, that is clear. Come from a referendum, and please remember, don't do referendum in your life. I lost my job for that. Please, if you decide to create a movement against a referendum, I'm ready to fight with you. And I have a friend in London able to become prime president of that. The name is David. Please, don't worry. I'm sure he will be able to work with us. But I think also the crisis of UK in that period show one thing. Alone is impossible for everyone. Alone is impossible for USA, and the midterm election and next election will show that. Alone is impossible for Europe. Alone is impossible, of course, for Cyprus and for Italy. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm ready to discuss with you Q&A.
Well, thank you very much, Matteo. That was very interesting. We have maybe 10 minutes for a quick Q&A, if you will allow it. And I don't think it would be sensible to go down the road of only discussing the UK, although I'm sure everyone's interested in the UK. But if I may kick off with one question to you, partly because it was listed on our programme, but also it is another country that is often alone. Indeed, it is a country where I have been several times and have been told that the only friend of a Turk is another Turk. And I wonder if you might make a comment or two on Turkey. First of all, is there a risk of Turkey blocking the NATO membership of Sweden and Finland, or is that out of the way? But second, just generally, Turkey is a very big, important country. They also have an election next year. Do you worry about Turkey in the context of Europe's security?
I think there is a contradiction between the position of Turkey and the idea they belong to NATO. Of course, now we cannot discuss about NATO in the same opinions we discussed 2 years ago. Please remember, I think it was exactly an interview in The Economist, maybe, or maybe it was Financial Times, so that was a mistake.
It was The Economist.
Mistake, gaff. Emmanuel Macron.
It was The Economist.
Economist, perfect, thanks. Okay, my job is saved. But Emmanuel Macron, in interview to Economist, used an expression very strong, you remember, Peter, brain dead for NATO. Of course, after what happened in Ukraine, NATO changed deeply. Paradoxically, Putin gave a new life to NATO. It's a contradiction, but it's the truth. For that reason, I think Turkey have to decide what is the position, because the position of the last years for me was absolutely unacceptable. And I don't speak about problem with Cyprus and in Cyprus. Just to make one example, it's unacceptable to ask to Kurdistan to fight for Europe and for global world during the Daesh attack in 2014-15. You remember, I was Prime Minister, I remember what happened when with the President Obama we asked to the people, the women in the ground in Iraqi to fought for the freedom of the world, and then we left and we abandoned with a very cynic and stupid strategy as a Western. So, and that was a decision pushed by Turkish government. For my opinion, so we have absolutely to open the doors to NATO, to Sweden and Finland. it's true. Historically, Finland was a neutral place, but historically nobody brings the troops and enter in a different sovereign country. So I think we have absolutely to encourage that position independently from the Erdogan position. About the situation in Turkey, I think they have a very terrible problem for inflation, because we discuss about inflation, we are so worried for inflation, for example, in Italy, 8–9%. You know, the numbers in Turkey are totally different, 10 times more. So I think Turkey has to decide if stay really with our community or not. In the last period was a zigzag, and zigzag is not useful for everyone.
Interesting. Time for one more question, perhaps, if anybody has got it. I have one more question I might ask, if not. I don't see one immediately, so I'd like to return just briefly to Italy and ask you.
I hope not question for Italy.
Do you think this government, this new government majority led by Meloni, will endure longer? Maybe Berlusconi attacking Meloni over the choice of the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, even before the government has formed. Do you think it will last, or do you think there might have to be a new coalition, perhaps one involving your party or Calenda's party with Brothers of Italy?
If we open the discussion about Italian system, please be quiet. We have 45 minutes to discuss about Italian political system. I lost my job exactly because I tried to guarantee a government every 5 years. I tried that and I lost my job. Very interesting, very intelligent idea from my side. What happened? Giorgia Meloni, she's my rival. We grew up together and we fought each other for every year of our career. She's younger than me of 2 years, so we grew up really together, and we have a personal normal relation exactly as two different, two competitors. I have to be very clear about that. She's not fascist. She's not our problem. I think she's not our solution, but that is a different question. Because after a victory, a lot of people, finally fascists come back in Italy. That is a stupid thing. And I defended my country. Because a lot of Italian guys, when they go to abroad, they use the stage abroad to attack Italian government. So I will continue to attack my government in my country. Of course, it will be impossible for us to support our cabinet, our coalition, but I have to be very clear, that is a democracy. So don't worry, when the people vote, you cannot be worried for that. What is the situation in Italy? The situation in Italy is that Meloni and her guys attacked European Union until 2 or 3 years ago. That is simply a stupid strategy, because Europe is the only way to save Italy, and Italy is the only way to contribute to save Europe. Nobody in this new world could stay alone. That is my position. That is my position because I believe in the United States of Europe. And I think that in my prediction, in the next 1 or 2 years, Georgia will be a leader who will try to create a new image about Europe. She will be able to create a conservative party in Europe, different respect to popular party. But she has to decide if stay with the CDU or with the Alternative for Deutschland. And I think she has to accept the relation with the EPP, with the CDU, not with the Alternative for Deutschland, just to make an example about Germany. I think the government have 1.5 years of vision. Why? Because European election will be the key point. European election will be 2024. And let me be very very clear about that. I think in the next 2 years, the election will be played in the center. Exactly because Italy had a victory of far right. I think next 2 years, that is true also for Labour in UK, my personal opinion, if finally they decide to abandon the idea of Jeremy Corbyn and Ed Miliband and try to come back to heritage of Tony Blair. That is my personal position. But the real next challenge in Europe will be what I call Macron style. What happened with Macron? Macron won in the center of the stage. He won against the Socialist Party and he destroyed Socialist Party. He destroyed the Républicains. Républicains are the conservative party in France. And that will be crucial for next European election, for next UK election in theory in 2024, exactly the same year, and 2024 also for the most important election around the world, so American election. Why? Because today, the next 2 weeks, we'll have a midterm election in USA. I think, despite the question about abortion and values, I don't think it will be easy for them, for Democrats, to win next midterm election. But in 2024, we will have a great challenge. What is today the Democrats in USA is similar to Obama and Clinton or similar to Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. That framework probably is boring for a lot of you because it's a framework about international situation. But I think that is the real challenge because everything from COVID-19 to global crisis of energy show to us we are in a global world totally interconnected. You are in an island, but nobody is in an island. We live, everyone, in a global planet. And what could happen in the midterm election in USA, or in the next election, the next change of cabinet in UK, or in the next election in India, will be important for everyone because it's a part of global strategy. That is our problem because everything depends on what could happen in a different country. But Peter, let me be clear for myself. I'm 47 years old. I think that is one of the most beautiful things in my life because I believe in globalization. A lot of people think we are not global. We don't believe in the great planet. I think the questions about the future world are totally connected. And for that reason, I think this is one of the best things I met in my life. So I consider the election in Italy a not good page for my country, but not a tragedy. Giorgia Meloni will be probably unfit to stay at the lead Italy. But now she won. That is democracy. We have to respect democracy and we have to prepare the alternative. Also because in Italy, we change a cabinet every year. Exactly as I use this expression, is a fashion show. The season of 2022, the season we are the country of the fashion, we have the country of change government.
Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Grazie.
And it's good to end on a slightly optimistic note.
I destroy your career.
That's fine. Thank you. And as before, we will in fact go straight on to the next panel in the interests of time. So I'd like to invite them to come up to join me. Yulia Tymoshenko from Ukraine, Joschka Fischer from Germany, Mircea Zambata from the European Commission representation in Cyprus, and Irfan Siddiq. Please, Yulia. I will move, actually.
Αγαπητοί φίλοι, πρώτα απ' όλα θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω.
Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be here today. So let's start again. I hope that now you can all hear me. And I would like, first of all, to thank you for inviting me here so that the voice of Ukraine is heard at this very high level. I would like also to address myself to the people of Cyprus and to thank Cyprus, which is not one of the richest countries in Europe, yet welcomes Ukraine refugees. I was worried, very concerned that my ambassador talked about a TV station director who invited Ukrainian refugees to live in his home. That moved me very much. It was very moving. And we see that there is humanity in Cyprus. I just returned back from the Ukraine. Yesterday, Kiev, in the center of Kiev, blocks of flats were shelled. I want to convey to you and tell you that these attacks, these bombings, killed 2 people. It was a young couple, and they were about to have a baby. The wife was pregnant, and they found them under the rubble, dead. Of course, there are thousands of such cases and tragedies in Europe, in the Ukraine. What do I mean to say? I mean to say that we, in our list of values, we have to put the value of the human life back on the top of the list. We have to protect each human being from war. War in the Ukraine has changed a lot in the world. These are immense changes. Whereas in the first days of the war, victory was understood as the Ukrainians holding out for another week. Later, the concept changed, and some people thought that we should get on the right side of Putin and negotiate and so forth, and that would amount to a victory. So the concept of victory has different meanings for different people. For us, victory is crushing the intruder, the invader, that it would be victory. Because how can we deny our national history, our traditions, our accession to the EU, which we desire, to NATO as well? concept of victory, therefore, for us, is victory on the battlefield and collapse of the Putin regime. When the Ukraine is victorious in this war, what will happen with the terrorist, corrupt regime that started this war? Are we going to put up with it, to put up with this terrorism in Europe, in the entire world? Will we bend our will to their will, sacrificing the lives of tens of thousands of civilians? Victory is not going back to the borders of 91, but putting an end to the source of terror. A terror that has the capabilities to destroy entire nations. Now, how long will this war last? How destructive will it be, and can it be? The Ukrainians pay with their lives, with the lives of their children, so that the world can in the future have peace, because this is a war against Europe, against the world. There are other problems, economic, financial problems, hunger. These are consequences of this war, and they touch every European citizen and every citizen of the free world. This war is destructive not only for the Ukraine, therefore. In addition, I know Putin very well. I know him very well. What he wants is to become a world leader, the leader of the world, to destroy the order of things, to reinvent borders, to benefit the new empires. That is his goal. It's not just the invasion of Ukraine. Now, whether the free world will accept that, if the free world is ready to sacrifice its quality of life. If not, then we have to stop the Kremlin. We have to stop the threats of nuclear war, of hunger, of war. We have to put an end to that. The time is ripe for us to set terms for the Russian regime, very strict terms, without waiting until he implements or pretends or implements his threats of a nuclear attack. If we wait for that, it would mean that we are weak, that we have no strength. It means that the Western world, the free world, cannot protect its citizens, because that would be an Armageddon, financial, economic. We cannot trust madmen. If we believe in our values, it means that we have to learn to protect our values, not after everything we love is destroyed, but now. Before someone destroys our democratic values in the world. This is the time that we have to give Putin a timetable to end this war, to withdraw his troops, to free Ukraine. and to put an end to his ideas of grandeur that the Soviet Union still exists in Russia. So we want a free world without terrorism, without unimaginable evils in the modern world. After the world wars, the winners are the ones that will create the new order of things. And this is the time to revisit our mistakes of the last decades, with the invasion becoming a reality. That means we have to re-examine the entire architecture, security architecture, and the only secure way now, as we now understand, are the collective security systems in the world. The world must become a single security system without gray zones, without risk and danger for other countries. Some of the current security forces are regimes of corruption and autocracy. We believe that NATO will stop being a closed club just for some people. We hope that the strong countries of the world will not allow the Cold War to resume. There must be a real dialogue between those centers that can and should regulate situations. There are many threats, but I am sure that the free democratic world based on values, with respect to everything that humanity has achieved, can and should defend Ukraine, defend humanity. We will be victorious in building a world in which our children and our peoples will not be threatened by anyone and by anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that rather inspiring talk. And now Joschka Fischer, former foreign minister of Germany, will take the floor. Germany has gone through quite a lot of change since the invasion of Russia, and we hear about Zeitenwende. So, Mr. Fischer, you have long experience. We look forward to your remarks.
Thank you very much. Let me take up the ball from Yulia Tymoshenko. A war is fought, an unjust, senseless war is fought on the territory of Ukraine. But I agree with Yulia, it's directed against all of us. It's directed against our basic principles, which were created after the end of the Cold War. We believed in the equality of bigger and smaller nations. We believed in cooperation. We believed in peace. And all this is destroyed by the aggression of Putin's Russia against Ukraine. But it's also an aggression against the basic principles of the European Union, which was created after the most terrible war, the Second World War in the 20th century. And we cannot accept what's going on there, not only based on human convictions, but based on our own interests. If we would accept Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine, there would be only one question remain: who's next? Who's next in Europe? Because this will not end with Ukraine, I agree. So this is a also for the whole of Europe, for all of us, a very transformative moment. I think the European Union, mostly based on the integration, the economic integration, will be forced to transform itself into a geopolitical actor. In the coming decades, security will be more important, and security will play an important role in the European Union, in the European concert. And I don't know how this war will end, and I don't know how, when it will end. But what I know is Putin, even today, Putin has lost. His political goals are unachievable. That's definite. And for Europe, it will mean that we will have to live with a common threat on our eastern borders for the years to come. This is highly transformative for the European project. And I think it's not only one crisis we have to deal with. Europe is confronted with that the war came back on European soil. That's a matter of fact, and we will have to deal with it, especially as Europeans. But Putin's war has also destroyed, I think, the global relations. What we see is a multiplicity of crises, not only one crisis. There's the energy crisis, there is the pandemic, don't forget the pandemic. My personal position is it's not over. We still will have to deal with it. There is a food crisis, there is a looming confrontation between the United States and China in the Far East. Matteo mentioned the danger of Taiwan. I think all these crises are contributing to the present situation, but the most important crisis will be climate change. Once we will be confronted with the hard facts of climate change, it will be terrible. I have the benefit to become next year 75, so it's less for me, this challenge, but for my grandchildren. And so all these crises together needs a united West. And a united West is, without a united Europe, it's impossible. Therefore, I think we are in challenging times. We are in crucial times. If you look to the developments, what we see is a different form of globalization. Globalization not only in the economic field, in the political field. We are more united as a mankind than ever before in history. And what happens in one region has consequences for all the other regions. So this is, I think, a dramatic change. And if the Europeans do not manage it to come together, I think we are doomed. We are in a decline if you look to the population growth. We are, if you look to the economic sector, we are not in a perfect position. In digitalization, Europeans have to fight, to struggle, not to be disconnected from the two major players, China and the United States. So we have huge challenges ahead of us. But again, the crisis is a moment of opportunity for me. We can make it. And especially in the European Union, we will see the possibility to come closer together. But it will be a very different European Union. It won't be the European Union of yesterday. The war in Ukraine will lead to a change in the main axis of the European Union from west to east. That's one of the consequences, which is obvious. The readiness of the EU to accept new members means that we will have also to transform the rules of the EU. Many who applauded the position that the EU will change hope you will applaud when we are coming to the hard facts of a renewed EU. It won't be easy, but it's be forced on us. So I think we have a great opportunity. And my wish is not only that the war in Ukraine will end soon with the victory of Ukraine and the principles Ukraine is fighting for, but also that the Europeans are ready to address these challenges and can draw the correct consequences out of these challenges. This is the moment for Europe, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm firmly convinced that we can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Joschka Fischer. And now comments on these two presentations and indeed on the future of Europe and the consequences of Russia's invasion. First from Myrto Sambata, head of the European Commission representation.
Thank you very much, John, and good morning, everyone. Of course, these are very, very difficult times, and everyone is saying that, but I think it's worth repeating. We now have war again in Europe for the first time in 30 years, an unprovoked and unjustified war. And it has implications that go far and wide. It's an attack on our governance model, it's an attack on our economic model, and it's an attack on our security model. I mean, it started as a clear attack on the ability or the freedom of states to decide their own fate. It's a hard push against democracy, it's towards authoritarianism, it's a clear threat to the rules-based international order that we set up after the Second World War. And in terms of the economic threat, we're now having to move away from the idea that we can operate as apolitical economic actors, that states that trade with each other don't go to war with each other. So we're seeing trade dependencies being used as weapons of war, and they're forcing us to reconfigure our supply chains and the way we power our economies. And of course, we see a return to Cold War dynamics, but this time with security threats that go far beyond conventional weapons. We have digital and cyber threats that go directly into our political systems and into our societies. So it is abundantly clear that we need to respond very, very quickly. And when I say we, obviously I'm talking about the European Union, but it's a much bigger coalition of countries that supports liberal democracy, that the rule of law and human rights. And I also do not want to say the West, because this is a global issue, and the coalition that I'm talking about is much broader than the West. So, but I'll speak of who I represent. I'll speak about the Union and how we are responding. Well, the most important aspect of the EU response to the war is its unity. We've recognized the threat to our values. We've acted with unprecedented speed to sanction the Kremlin and to support Ukraine in their incredible defense of their country and of their freedom. We've unanimously adopted sanctions against the Kremlin that have been the most far-reaching ever implemented, and they are cutting deeply into the Kremlin's ability to finance its war. So it's sanctions against individuals and entities, but also sanctions cutting off Russia's finance system and its ability to import necessary technology and tank components We have given and will continue to give huge support to the Ukraine, from using the European Peace Facility for the first time to support its defense, 19 billion in financial assistance, budget support and humanitarian aid, obviously protection to those having to flee Ukraine to escape the war, and we're also looking ahead on how to help Ukraine rebuild and become prosperous again. We're also focused on shoring up the global international order. We're working to strengthen the UN and other multilateral actors, and we are fighting to stand firm against authoritarian and populist impulses. There is no easy solution to stability, but instead there is a rule of law. Now, on the economic front, things are obviously difficult. If you remember, there were already concerns about inflation and rising energy prices months before the war. It was a consequence of our exit from the worst of the pandemic. There was an overheated economy and inflationary pressures, but of course the Kremlin's decision to to weaponize energy exacerbated the trends. Again, we've acted very fast, remarkably fast for what we usually been able to do. We've ensured that our energy supply is assured, so we found alternative fuel sources. We've made sure that our storage facilities are full ahead of the winter, and we've reduced demand, and we will go further than that. We've been operating for a while now on the assumption that Russian gas will no longer be available, and we are well on our way to not need it. But there's only one avenue out of this, really, and Mr. Fischer has touched upon it. We need to end fossil fuel dependency, not just altogether, not just Russian. This was already the objective of the Green Deal, and not just because of the dire climate change consequences that we're facing, but also for our economy and our security. And the war has been a powerful accelerant towards the objectives of the Green Deal. We focus on renewable energy sources, on green hydrogen, but also on making the transition as painless as possible for our people. But aside from energy, we have been talking about open strategic autonomy for a while in the Union, because we have recognized that dependencies on, for vital components to our economy from actors that do not share our values, who are unreliable, who are apt to use them against these dependencies against us, cannot go on. So that's why we did the Battery Alliance a few years ago. We've adopted the CHIPS Act this year, which ensures a supply of semiconductors, while the President von der Leyen has announced a raw materials strategy. So this is what we talk about open strategic autonomy. This is about reducing dependencies to unreliable partners. And then maybe a few words about our security model and the threats that we're facing. They come in so many guises that our response cannot simply be, let's increase conventional defense capabilities. Cybersecurity, disinformation, irregular migration, election interference, all tools used by those who want to destabilize us. And we've put together the strategic compass to help us navigate on the foreign affairs side of things and the security side of things, a strategy to identify those who are like-minded, those with whom we're going to work together, and of course multilateral institutions on how to neutralize these threats. We're acting against propaganda, against illicit financing, against foreign direct investment that is against the national interests, against exports of dual-use goods that can be used to harm us. So I have painted a fairly dire picture of where we are, but I hope I have also shown you that the European Union is clear-sighted and about what needs to be done, and unified in its determination to do it. So thank you.
And finally, Irfan Siddique, the British High Commissioner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There's already been a lot of speculation about the state of British politics, and I'm going to disappoint you by refraining from speculating further, although I'm sure there'll be questions to that effect. What I want to say today is that I've been asked specifically to talk about the UK and our relationship with Europe in the context of the invasion, is to say that Matteo Renzi was talking about the fact that nobody can afford to be alone. And I guess my proposition is that the UK is not alone, even after Brexit, and the invasion, the illegal, unjustified aggression of Russia against Ukraine has clarified how even outside of the EU, we can work as the UK absolutely in harmony with our European partners in the EU, with the US, with other global allies, to have a common front against this aggression. Because it's clear that Russia's aggression against Ukraine has upended a lot of the assumptions that we made about the world and about what we can rely upon. And as a result, we're seeing a new fault line, a new tension play out, which is essentially that between democracies and autocracies. The United Kingdom, other countries like Cyprus and other partners are democracies who value democracy, who value the rights and freedoms that come with that, and that our citizens are able to enjoy as a result of that, on one hand. And on the other hand, we have countries like Russia and other authoritarian states who are seeking to create instability for their own ends. They stifle the voices of their own people and deny their own basic rights. We've seen that already in the images of Russians protesting in the street and then being pulled into vans and locked up, with Russian men queuing in huge queues at the airports to flee the country so they don't have to fight in a war that they really don't believe in. And even in places like Iran, where we're seeing brave young women, going out onto the streets, facing huge violence and oppression just to be able to choose the sort of life that they want. So the current crisis, the primary crisis that we're facing, is one of a geopolitical crisis between democracy and autocracy. And as I think others have already said, it's an absolutely clear choice for us to choose our side and to show how we stand against this aggression and to protect the rights that we all hold dear. And I think what we've seen in terms of the common response from the UK, from the EU, from the US and other allies has shown that we can still work together in new groupings, even if the UK is outside of the EU. So, for example, we've seen food prices soaring as a result of Russia's invasion, as a result of their blockading of Ukrainian ports and shelling of civilian infrastructure. And Putin clearly is using food as a weapon on a global scale. And that's why we're all working together in the democracy club of like-minded nations to try to ensure that the supply of grain continues to flow to those who need it most. And as Murto and others have said, we are working extremely hard to ensure that we can impose economic sanctions on Russia so that the flow of money to Putin's war machine is squeezed. And they are already having a huge and damaging effect on Russia's economy. Our assessments are that about £275 billion, that's about 60% of Russia's foreign currency reserves, have already been frozen, and that this year Russia's economy is estimated to contract by about 8.5%. We've also seen a massive brain drain from Russia, with as many as 170,000 computer and IT specialists leaving Russia because they don't want to be caught up in this invasion and this conflict. And many of them have come to Cyprus, and so it will be Cyprus that will be benefiting from their skills and expertise, and Russia who will be losing out from the lack of technological development they could offer. So I want to, at this point, also thank the Republic of Cyprus for its strong stance that they've taken in support of Ukraine. We all know this comes at a price, but the choices and the challenges we face mean that we all do have to bear these prices to ensure that we support the global world order that we all are so keen to ensure. And as I said, this is why the coordination that's so vital between all of the like-minded countries has been absolutely essential, particularly ensuring that we work together to impose sanctions. Energy security is clearly a huge issue, and the impact on energy globally has been hugely damaging for all of us. And that's why I think it's really been an opportunity for us to ensure that we re-examine our reliance on Russian hydrocarbons in particular. And that's why at the meeting of European leaders in Prague earlier this month, the United Kingdom Prime Minister outlined the need to usher in a new era of energy independence, dramatically accelerating our own energy production. She also discussed deeper nuclear cooperation, developing next-generation interconnectors in, for example, the North Sea, and forging new European partnerships on things like offshore wind, all of which will help to make the UK, for example, a net energy exporter by 2040. And the summit in Prague also reaffirmed that even though, as I said at the beginning, the UK has left the EU, our commitment to Europe remains steadfast. When the first major test geopolitically after Brexit came with the invasion of Ukraine, we were absolutely clear in that commitment to Europe. And as Europeans, we found new ways of working together to rise to this challenge. For example, the UK has strengthened bilateral relations from the Baltic to the Black Sea. We formed a trilateral partnership with Poland and Ukraine to coordinate our response to the invasion. And we work through NATO, the G7, and other informal groupings to strengthen European security. So as a result, the international community has delivered a resounding condemnation of the sham referenda and annexations of Ukrainian territory, which are a clear part of the Kremlin playbook that we've seen before in Crimea. So it's clear that we can find new ways of working together and to coordinate so that we can stand with our Ukrainian friends for as long as it takes, because others have said Ukraine's fight for freedom is the world's fight for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. We have sort of perhaps 5 to 10 minutes for any comments or questions. Perhaps I could follow that end point by asking Joschka Fischer. Both you and Matteo Renzi talked about the European Union evolving in a security direction in the future. Do you think it will be easy or possible to bring into that security architecture the United Kingdom, which is the foremost military power in Europe?
Well, nothing is easy in the European Union, but the pressure comes from outside. The Europeans will not be ready to live under a permanent security threat without the capability to protect themselves, to deter such threats. So it will be complicated because, you know, there are a lot of differences in history, in their understanding, and also in the thinking in terms of prestige about security. But it must be done, and it will be done, I'm sure. And with the arrival of Ukraine, of Moldova, also of the Balkans states, I think the European Union will transform itself. It's not a question of choice, it's a question of the pressure from outside. Therefore, I'm pretty optimistic. If you look to the role of the Commission since the upcoming war in Ukraine started, even before the war, the role of the Commission has changed substantially in a positive way, I think. That's good. So,
and the UK?
And the UK, well, I don't know what's going on there. It was a crazy idea to say farewell to the European project at the very moment when you did it. But you did it. So we have to live with the consequences. And I hope that the UK and Europe are cooperating very closely, extremely closely, because we are sitting in the same boat. You have declared we are not any longer in this boat, but still sitting there, and the rest of Europe. So that's not a normal diplomatic relation. That's a kind of relationship based on common destiny. Putin shows up as that. Therefore, close cooperation is the only answer.
I agree. And if I may put one small question to Yulia Tymoshenko, through our helper. The West, Western Europe, the United States, have been solid in supporting Ukraine against Putin. But the rest of the world has not always been quite so solid. I think of India, China, Africa, Latin America. Does that disappoint you?
Μπορώ να πω ότι
I can say that one of the strongest elements of our strength is unity and collective response. At the same time, however, the war in the Ukraine separates or divides countries according to their values, according to the presence of terrorism. And in this division, in this separation, we see who are indeed the free world fighting for the values. As for China, the neutral position of China is an important factor to continue strengthening our policies. Putin expected China to participate in his aggression. He was wrong. And this is an opportunity for the entire free world to strengthen our unity and our common values. After the conference taking place in China today, we will be even more certain on the position of the Chinese leader and China itself with regard to the Ukrainian war. I'd like to underline once more that the collective security and defense system became more secure after the onset of the war. In our strategies, and we, the Ukrainians, after the end of the war, we expect more progress on the subject of security in Europe with new strategies in order to avoid and anticipate future attacks. If we do not re-examine and build a stronger security system, some developments will repeat themselves in some regions of the world. There will not be one strong security level. Then we cannot have a new order of things that it will be safe across the world.
Very interesting session. I think we have to stand for a photograph. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
We will not let you alone.
Things may change.
It's really strange from outside what's going on in the Conservative Party with the Prime Minister.
It's
very unusual.
It's crazy. Thank you very much. We are going on straight to our next session, which really follows from this one, the East Mediterranean region amidst a global geopolitical upheaval. I think we're going to have two video messages from the Foreign Minister of Cyprus and the Foreign Minister of Greece, but I'd like to ask the other two commenters, Andreas Borgias and Hyori Nemiria from Ukraine, to come and join me on the panel. Hi. I hear you lost your luggage. You lost your luggage.
I did. I'm going to say something about it too. Your spelling was excellent.
Just about.
Exactly.
Gregory.
Good to see you. Pleasure, pleasure.
Okay, so should we start with the video message from Ioannis Kassoulidis, Minister of Foreign Affairs for Cyprus.
Αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι,
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I address the Economist Summit in Cyprus, a summit that has become an institution, and it is a field of substantial exchange of views between the parties involved regarding foreign policy, economy, and entrepreneurship. It is this horizontal and interinstitutional interaction that allows us to have a timely and comprehensive picture of the consequences brought about by the global transformation in various fields of the human and state life. Unfortunately, due to obligations abroad, it wasn't possible for me to be present at the summit this year, but I'm happy that the use of technology gives me the opportunity to share with you views and concerns about various topics that have to do with the national, regional, European and international agenda. Dear friends, we are going through a very particular period of unpredictable geopolitical upheaval. The invasion of Russia in Ukraine has created a new situation that affects the bilateral and multilateral impact between states. An invasion that is by definition illegal and contrary to the fundamental principles of international law, such as respect of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states. Cyprus and Ukraine constitute have parallel courses, because everything that is happening today in the heart of Europe has been taking place in Cyprus for 48 consecutive years. The only thing that changes is the invader and the time distance from the events. The war in Ukraine has given the opportunity to Cyprus to prove that it is a reliable and foreseeable Western partner within the European Union. We've condemned from the very first moment the Russian invasion without any footnotes. We stood by the unanimous adoption of the 8 thematic packages of measures against Russia, implementing fully the joint decisions and the coordinated reaction of the European Union. I always believe that the unity of the Union is the most powerful tool to tackle the various challenges of member states and partners. Our support to Ukraine, it is not an opportunistic support, and it's not just a declaration. This is proven by the greatest value of material and human resources that we've sent to this country. The war in Ukraine affects our area as well. The bilateral and multilateral cooperation with countries in the Eastern Mediterranean allow us to have a comprehensive picture about the political developments in countries such as Syria, Libya, Lebanon, Iran, and the Gulf countries. Within this framework, Cyprus, as an extrovert and a partner, is a pillar of security and stability in this geographical basin with so many upheavals in the Eastern Mediterranean. It is this regional policy with the tripartite partnerships that we've established in 2013 that adds value, substance and content to the joint foreign policy and security policy of the European Union. Dear friends, I've never believed that relationships between states are a game of zero outcome. On the contrary, bipartite relationships have to be governed by multilateralism principles, be extrovert, have mutual respect with complete respect towards international law and its parts.
In recent times, we've seen an increase of the rhetoric of Turkey against Greece and Cyprus. We've seen an unprecedented behavior that does not in no way contribute to the efforts to construct peace, security, and prosperity in the area. We've seen the neighboring country to try and take advantage of the time left until the completion of the term of the current government and possibly up until the elections in Turkey in June 2023 in order to create a new status quo that will not, the consequences of which will not be able to overturn. Turkey has proven that in most cases is a particularly difficult, unpredictable, and at times unreliable partner. It attempts constantly with threats to impose by force its expansive policy and its irrational territorial and marine claims. A policy that is characterized by audacity and political bulimia. Its insistence for the solution of two states in Cyprus and its irrational claim to recognize the status of equality of the Turkish Cypriots as a prerequisite to begin again the talks for the solution of the Cyprus problem does not leave a lot of margin for hope. Unfortunately, instead of focusing on examining the initiatives of our side and to contribute to the solution of the Cyprus problem, it attempts to turn the Turkish Cypriots as their political branch. It is trying through authoritarianism to create a new finite situation against Cyprus and its people, and recently it's been running an unprecedented campaign to upgrade and recognize the pseudo-state. The illegal movements of Turkey are characteristic within the enclosed area of the city of Famagusta. The relationship that it has with the peacekeeping force in Cyprus of the UN, and the creation of a situation that aims to change the status quo and impeding the reunification of our country. One thing is certain, we're not going to follow Turkey down this institutional and political path. We're not going to march the road of this irrational rhetoric, but we're going to follow the road of rationalism and international law. At the same time, I am not willing to compromise and accept this extended stagnation that leads to the cessation. I belong to the school that wants our side to have the initiatives, to the school that wants Cyprus to have multilateral, sound foreign policy that has outcomes and not just creates impressions. Therefore, we are going to continue to make honest efforts towards all directions in order to create the right conditions and perspectives in order to lead to the reunification of our country. With these few thoughts, I'd like to thank you for your attention and wish you every success to the proceedings of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that message. And now we have a message also from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, Nikos Dendias.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately this year, due to undertaking obligations, I cannot be with you, but at these very crucial times that we are experiencing, I want to share with you certain concerns about the new international order in Eastern Europe and in our region in the Eastern and Central Mediterranean. Regarding the war in Ukraine, unfortunately, we are witnessing a new escalation that focuses on the civilians. They are expanding the war to the entire country. Therefore, there is a risk for the very first time for decades to use nuclear weapons. The Greek position remains the same. We are in favor of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states. We've condemned the illegal annexation of territories by Russia. Any tolerance by the international community could be a terrible precedent. Due to these hostilities, we only have some access to Ukraine. Our main care is to protect the population and to bring about justice for any war crimes committed. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the forces that have returned to practices of the 19th century go back to not only the bloodshed areas, but they also return back to our neighborhood. Turkey, apart from the unacceptable, condemnable, and constant rhetoric against Greece, is now taking action that might reverse this fragile balance in the Mediterranean. Recently, by signing a memorandum with a government that has stopped having legal international legalization based on a legal monstrosity that was created some years ago, continues with its threats in Cyprus, the Aegean Sea, and other regions, violating fundamental rules of international law, laws that Turkey, in its hypocrisy, is also invoking upon. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not go down this road. We shall protect our rights in collaboration with our friends and partners, starting from our sister country, Cyprus. We shall do this, however, having as a compass respect to the fundamental rights of the United Nations and the European Union, because this is what is imperative by our own principles. This is the practice that it is practiced by civilized countries, just like we did with Italy and Egypt. These agreements, and also the recent agreement for marine zones between Israel and Lebanon on the basis of international law, always are a beacon that needs to be followed as an example by all other regions. Thank you very much.
And now we have Andreas Borges, State Senator from the California State Senate. Please.
Kalimera σας. My name is Andreas Borges. I am a member of the California State Senate, and I'd like to begin, if I may, with an apology for my dress. And if Lufthansa, by chance, is listening to this podcast, can somebody get my luggage to Cyprus? It'd be really helpful. Anyways, folks, I'd like to express my appreciation to the Economist, distinguished guests, and those attending this section on the Eastern Mediterranean amidst geopolitical upheaval. We are painfully aware how our geopolitical landscape has changed following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. No doubt our security and energy calculations are being forced into expedited evolutions. Yet how these evolutions will materialize remains very much in a state of play. The purpose of my brief presentation is to identify select points I believe European policymakers should consider in evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean, which range, of course, from traditional pipelines to a variety of alternative energy networks. But I submit to you that given Europe's energy and security circumstances, that electrical interconnection represents a promising set of practical opportunities between North Africa, Cyprus, Greece, and Europe to service clean energy demands. Clearly, policymakers have sharply renewed their interest in the Mediterranean. The U.S. has reasserted its commitment to transatlantic partnerships, and a newfound purpose exists in the corridors of Brussels, Washington, and the Mediterranean capitals. One such project gaining attention is energy interconnections between Greece, Cyprus, and Egypt, whereby green electricity generated in Egypt can be transmitted underwater into Greece's electrical grid, extending energy service throughout the Balkans and Eastern Europe. Interconnection will effectuate the Paris Climate Accords, and given the events in Ukraine, is of heightened geopolitical importance to Western nations. In this fashion, the Mediterranean can play a vital role as a new energy network towards Europe's energy independence. In fact, when Prime Minister Mitsotakis addressed a joint session in the US Congress, he indicated his plan was to interconnect Greek electrical grids, not just with Cyprus and Israel, but also Egypt, as it will serve as an important link to the Balkans and Eastern Europe. But my question to you, which criteria should European policymakers be evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean? I respectfully submit to you the following 4 points, which bear on vital security interests, adversarial party exclusion, compliance with international law, and the need for expedited regulatory approval. So first, a Greece-Africa interconnection is in Europe's security interests. The Atlantic Council, many of you may know, is a prominent transatlantic think tank in Washington, and it recently issued an in-depth study on this very topic. The report indicates there is now an alignment of interests and priorities between Greece, Cyprus, and Europe in the energy space. Interconnection will not only serve climate objectives, but will also service important energy corridors to wean Europe off Russian reliance, all of which, of course, are in the interests of the EU. But secondly, certain entities should be precluded from such projects. And repeat that, certain entities need to be precluded. It is in the best interest of Europe and the US to prevent entities affiliated or closely cooperative with foreign adversaries from having a stake in interconnection projects. Our common security interests are best served through transatlantic cooperation and protecting investment in critical infrastructure from potentially adversarial parties, as well as domestic proxies. Substantial information exists in the public domain, I don't need to get into it, and that there are companies closely affiliated with Russia and state-owned and state-controlled enterprise. Therefore, there should be transparent, competitive, and scientifically sound processes that allow Europeans, Africans, and Americans entities to fairly compete for equity involvement in the projects, but that it's in everyone's interest to preclude entities potentially influenced by Russia from being involved on international security grounds. Thirdly, the project should be consistent with international law. I'm actually an international law professor. The fact that I'm even having to mention this is baffling, but the world and its paradigms have dramatically shifted in the last number of months. The international rules-based system is experiencing unprecedented challenges. Therefore, any proposed transmission line should be consistent with the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Now, I'm an American. We haven't even signed this. But more evolved nations certainly have, and that is why I believe this is a document and a set of conventions that we need to abide by. An interconnection project should be consistent also with the exclusive economic zone pursuant to the 2020 agreement between Greece and Egypt. This agreement is an important legal declaration that codifies maritime boundaries and gives legal effect to party intentions. Therefore, any such proposal should comply with international law and be consistent with the policies of the respective countries. Finally, political support should be limited to projects in the most advanced stages of regulatory approval. As a Californian, I have a special soft spot in understanding how burdensome and cumbersome Brussels' regulatory process can be, because we probably have our own respective monstrosity. But multilateral infrastructure projects of this nature are complicated, they are bureaucratic, and they are prone to delays. Therefore, years of regulatory review could be reduced by supporting projects that have already been included in the EU's National Development Plan. Competitive projects should achieve high rankings by regulatory authorities in the EU's Electricity Infrastructure Plan, as well as be candidates by the European Commission as projects of common interest. To pursue projects outside of advanced regulatory approval is to invite critical project delays, benefiting Russia, potentially putting at risk our strategic interests. In conclusion, no doubt there are many compelling criteria for policymakers to consider but the points I'm submitting to you today should be part of the consideration. That Europe should look upon interconnection as a strategic priority, that such critical infrastructure necessarily exclude Russian influence and proxies, that such a project be consistent with international law, and that whichever projects are most advanced in the respective regulatory process should be preferred given the acuity of our needs. Finally, we need all the Mediterranean players to support an open, competitive, and scientifically sound process to help the Mediterranean become a true energy network, for which interconnection is proving to be a vital part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll have another go. Grigory Nemiria, from the former Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine and Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Kiev.
Thank you, John. It's a great honor for me to address the 18th Cyprus Summit. I'm Ukrainian. I'm a Ukrainian politician born in Donetsk, but what makes my presence here special that my grandmother, mother of my mother, she is Greek. She is from Pontian Greeks. My mother was born in Donetsk area near Mariupol. With a sizable Greek community there, experiencing horrible war crimes now committed by the Russian aggressors. So I do see, and since the year 2014, I was not able to go back to my hometown, Donetsk, to visit a cemetery where my father, my grandmother, Greek grandmother, are buried. So this is, Yulia told you a story of this yesterday's bombing where the young couple with a pregnant wife were killed by a strike, Russian strike, but using the Iranian drones. So there are many ways to look at Ukraine's war. And of course there is a legal way to look at Ukraine's war as a kind of collection of the most horrible international crimes, ranging from war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression, and to a large extent, crimes of genocide. But there is also the other way to look at the Ukraine's war, as it is not just war against Ukraine, it's war against Europe, it's the war against the global security order. But there is also, in terms of the simple language, the simple languages, there are ways to look at Ukraine, of war in Ukraine, as an alarm bell, as a catalyst, and as a litmus test. And we've heard many logics along these lines. War as a catalyst is basically forcing, as Joschka Fischer said, forcing Europe to act according to its vital interests. To preserve the European way of life means to act, and the war in Ukraine is an alarm bell. But it's also a catalyst. It's a catalyst, because for quite many years we discussed in the similar forums whether the world security order that has been established after the Second World War, then solidified after the end of the Cold War, where it's still a viable structure, always became, we observed erosion of this. Now, I believe that we have to be very frank. The world order we knew does not anymore exist. But at the same time, nowhere near the new world order that would come to substitute the old already world order. Now we're in between. And what is in between? We're observing now, and that's my point, a formation of, instead of one order, many orders, with organizing idea ranging from the region or macro region like Indo-Pacific to Eastern Mediterranean. There is one way to look in the orders. And my colleague from California mentioned the energy dimension of this order and the Eastern Mediterranean. Or you could go to, as an organizing idea, energy, and indeed food. Matteo Renzi mentioned this, or many other things that are organizing idea of these many orders. So what's the sensible, rational reaction to such phenomena? And that's, by the way, war as a litmus test as well. Whether the leadership, the quality of the leadership, is sufficient enough to respond in a responsible way. One response is this is a lesson from the war in Ukraine, of Ukraine. Avoid geopolitical traps. Germany, a number of other countries in Europe, paying a high price, allowing to be in their geoeconomic trap that Russian Gazprom layered for many years. And now they're paying high price for this. So the same lessons should be also learned by other countries, perhaps small and medium-sized countries as well. Over-dependencies are invitation to find yourself in a geopolitical trap at the time when the major crisis will erupt, ranging from war to pandemic or to other crises. On the other hand, the responsible way to react to such observation is to agree there is no gray zones anymore. Gray zones were part of the world security order that doesn't more exist. Those gray zones means country in between. And then the diplomats invented, and they are very creative, inventing a various concepts ranging from the buffer zone, breach states, to a more kind of noble way to call it Finlandization. Finland is now going to be a NATO member. There is no more Finlandization scenario to survive for the countries in between. But being the buffer state instead of breach state is even worse, because it puts you just on the very forefront of the potential aggravation of crisis. But also the source of optimism here, that while Russia now clearly paying the price for overestimating itself and underestimating others, I mean Ukraine, the whole world, the EU as such, the unity of the West, is going to find itself in a geopolitical trap. Because as long as Russia is not anymore perceived as a reliable energy supplier for Europe, basically killing Europe as a customer. So Russia is going to become overly dependent on China as far as its energy resources are concerned. It's still going inadvertently, but clearly in a direction to find itself in a geopolitical trap of China. And as Yulia mentioned, with this 20th Congress of the Communist Party of China being finalized this week, probably, we don't know, but probably President Xi could find more confidence in basically not be willing to associate himself with the loser, which is Putin now, in the eyes of many. And the Chinese political culture, Chinese culture as such, also doesn't want to have nothing to do with the losers, which opens up a space for thinking creatively how bring China to the solution of this crisis, of this war, which is not bilateral war, it's not a regional peripheral war, it's not even war in Europe, it's a Eurasian war. But if you add a dimension of food and others, it's basically a global war. So and China as a global actor might well be a player in this role. But that's required the leadership as far as the United States is concerned, Europe is concerned, and of course the courage of the Ukrainian people, which we will deliver to crush Russian aggressors as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, once again, we have maybe 5 to 10 minutes for any comments or questions. I'm still looking to see if anybody from the audience has a comment or question to either of our two remaining speakers. I would actually just like to ask Mr. Namiria about the prospects for EU membership. I mean, as you will know better than anybody, Turkey has been negotiating to join the EU for 19 years, and it's not making much progress. The European Union has recognized Ukraine as a candidate, but the process takes many, many years. Will Ukraine be satisfied with how long it might take?
You know, your question is a different way, and that's already a huge progress. Your question is not about whether, but when.
Okay.
You know, if a year ago you asked, it would be a miracle if somebody would ask this question and such type of event. So it's not whether, but when. It's not if, but when. So huge progress. Second, I don't think it's about time, which is of essence. Of course, sometimes time matters. But that's about the recognition, and what I heard from Joschka Fischer today, that it's already becoming very clear for the core Europe that Ukraine and Moldova are going from sometime in the future. I think it happens rather sooner than later. But again, respecting the procedures and all the necessary criteria to become a EU member. And he even went further, saying that the pole of gravity, as a result of this, within the EU, will gravitate from the West to the center and Eastern Europe, which is an important observation, which needs to be also clearly assessed to the countries like Cyprus. What does it mean in terms of using, for example, the soft power that as well as Greece has vis-à-vis Ukraine, but Cyprus also has this soft power vis-à-vis Ukraine. So, and the question is not so much of time and whether Ukraine would be willing, and I don't like this comparison with Turkey, because for Ukraine it was civilizational choice. We paid with the lives of our citizens in 2013 in the Euromaidan revolution of dignity. And there are very many media commentators who said Ukraine probably is the only country now whose citizens are given their lives for the European future of their country. One of the most popular slogans at that time was Ukraine is Europe. And now Ukraine basically is defending. Ukraine is the best security guarantee and the guarantor now, not just for our immediate neighboring countries like Moldova, who doesn't have army actually at all, but Ukraine is the best security guarantee now for the whole Europe, for the European Union. So that's something that I think political leaders in many countries, including the EU member states, still are failing or not doing enough to communicate to their citizens, to explain that the hardships, the inflation, energy prices, communal bills is the price probably need to be paid, because that's about avoiding such horrible stories about bombing the apartments, the buildings in the capital cities and other cities in Ukraine. So in this sense, I believe we're on the right track. We're coming back to our home. Ukraine is Europe, there is no question about this, and it is in the vital interest of the European Union to welcome Ukraine and helping it to become part of the geopolitical, more strategic European Union, which would be worse of the player when with rising China and the United States trying to deal with this phenomenon.
Thank you. And Andreas, one question for you. I'm sure the answer to this is yes, but let me ask it anyway. Can Europe always rely forever on the United States? I mean, as you know, in 2016, we had a different president in the United States who didn't seem very keen on the European Union and didn't actually seem very keen on NATO and did seem rather a fan of Vladimir Putin. maybe that was an aberration, but how far do you think there is a risk that one day Europe and the United States will not stay together?
That's a great question. I don't think any of us would have anticipated that during the Trump era that we would befriend our adversaries and belittle our allies. And that's essentially what happened. But I think what we've entered into is a new era where we have learned some painful lessons as a country, knowing that America alone doesn't work, that in a multipolar world in which we're living, that multilateralism works. It has value. The treaty system upon which our post-World War II dynamic has played out is probably one of the greatest pillars of strength for democracies and a free exchange of goods and ideas. So I think what we have learned as Americans, and I can obviously only speak for myself, but with the folks with whom I interact, is that we know that our futures should be intertwined because of our shared values, our shared traditions, and the sophistication and maneuverability of our enemies. We literally, this was a wake-up call for us. Now, if you kind of look at America's position with China, the 21st century will be the Pacific century, meaning that you have America and China reconfiguring a lot, but the strength of America is its friendships, and we're only half as strong without Europe. We need to make certain that we are engaged, and to answer your question, I believe we've learned some lessons and don't take our friends for granted anymore in the same fashion.
And perhaps you might start ratifying more international treaties.
Well, talking about the law of the sea, it's kind of embarrassing asking others to account for it when we ourselves have not even become signatories.
And the World Trade Organization, similarly. I mean, I'm really getting at the point that America, perhaps a bit like China, seems sometimes to think that international law is for other people and not for America.
Well, there is a history of, do as I say, not as I do. The traditional American model, and I happen to be affiliated with the center-right set of philosophies in the U.S., even though I'm from California, and that's anathema, right? But the old ideas on the center-right, the conservative or Republican ideas was free market, free enterprise, innovation, strong military, and personal accountability. That model has been turned on its head, especially in during and post-Trump, is that we have to figure out what we are as Americans. We have to figure out what we are as Europeans. What do we stand for? And if Ukraine is not the litmus test, the canary in the coal mine, as you mentioned, it has forced us to realize where our strengths and weaknesses are, and we are moving into, as I mentioned, a multipolar world where we're going to have blocks of folks that are going to be promoting essentially a more strategic geopolitical and global order. And what I mean by that is, in the old days of free market exchanging of goods, we've realized that we've outsourced some of the most important strategic assets that we have in Europe and the US. I only need to mention the port of Piraeus, right? Not to mention the stuff that we've done in the US. So I think what we're going to see is that globalization is going to be refined over the next 10 to 20 years, excluding that which is most essential to national security.
Okay. Any final comments?
Yeah, I believe we are vitally interested, and that's what is important in this type of the events, that you could ask very frank questions, even if they're not politically correct. But what is important, the right questions in the right time are important. They are necessary but not sufficient. And the right answers are equally important. And therefore, this is the philosophy of Yuda's, I think, thesis, that it is necessary but not sufficient to win this war. Yeah. What is equally important, even more important, to win the peace after the war, which every country will decide what does it mean to win the peace. But in the spirit of your question and Andreas' answer, I believe the important part of the right answer to this question is to look to your national agenda, to your national interests, but also to find a way to connect them with other like-minded countries, like-minded societies. Because these groupings that will not be just based on the cynical interest and calculation of the best result of it. They will be based on a more ambitious, more vital results, responsibility not just for the country, but for a region, and as Joschka Fischer mentioned, the climate change, actually for the whole planet.
Okay, well, I think that's a good point at which to have a break for 30 minutes and reconvene at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much to both our panel.
It's a pleasure.
We have to take a picture too.
I'm embarrassed in my dress, guys. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal. Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate
to raise interest
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal. Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed. ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal. The Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Well, they need to do their miking as well.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
They need to get headphones, don't they? Yeah. Hi. Yes. Yes, you need to mic up as well. They need to put, they do over there. You need to get these guys, yeah.
Where did you send them?
I'm sending them to get microphones. Is that the right thing to do? Actually, I can keep mine over there, although I don't think we'll need it anymore. Is the minister, is he here? Which?
The minister is already.
Look. This is Renzi's notes. He called me Pete. He didn't remember I was called. Start again in 2 minutes. If the minister and Judith, Ian and George could come and join me on the panel, please. Okay. And you'll speak up. I think there's better. It's better. It's easier to see. And you have. We're going to start again with our next session, which really continues from the previous session. Southeast Europe Partnerships for Peace, Stability and Security, once again talking about the security architecture and alliances in a time of turmoil. And we're going to begin with Charalambos Petrides, the Minister of Defense from Cyprus. Please, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Of course, we have an interesting topic today, horizontal issue, which has to do with security and defense, and of course, and the geopolitical upheaval. So following Russia's war in Ukraine, of course, we're living in an era of unprecedented geopolitical instability. And what we're saying nowadays is that the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. So we are questioning the rules-based of international order. Of course, we're going to focus on the Eastern Mediterranean, which is a region that has, of course, crisis and instability in its core. But at the same time, it is, of course, a region that has this prospect to transform and achieve long-lasting stability and security by building regional and transatlantic strategic partnerships. And this is what we are doing lately. So, of course, we need a new European architecture, a European security that will enhance Euro-Atlantic collaboration. And therefore, the question is, how does Cyprus fit into this? Of course, security and defense collaboration in the Eastern Mediterranean, it is an enabler for peace, prosperity, social cohesion, and growth. So creating interconnecting partnerships between our countries, we create a regional nexus on defense collaboration. So we have established various trilateral defense cooperation mechanisms like Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, and of course, Greece is included in all of this. Not to say on top of that, that we have strong, of course, bilateral collaborations with many countries within and outside the EU, also in the Middle East and the Gulf. And of course, we have been targeting lately and we have enhanced our collaboration with the USA. A safe and secure Eastern Mediterranean contributes to a safe and secure Europe, and by extent, a safe and secure Indo-Pacific. So there is the respect of the UN's Convention of the Law of the Sea is very important and cardinal and relevant to both the East Med and the Indo-Pacific as well. So have been having these challenges nowadays, especially from Turkey, that we have been seeing both in our exclusive economic zone, as well as instrumentalizing the migration issue. We have provocations both in the sea, in our national airspace, and also in the closed area of Varosha. Security and collaboration, it is an issue in the Mediterranean area. We need to have more naval presence from the EU and the US, and undoubtedly the potential of oil and gas exploration, it is something that creates, I would say, new dynamic and new prospects in the Eastern Mediterranean countries. So we are welcoming, alongside like-minded countries, which are today collaborating with, trying to create this new stabilization for the whole of the area. Recent examples of regional transformation and cooperation are, of course, the recent agreement between Lebanon and Israel, which is something that is, of course, to the benefit of everybody in the area, mediated, of course, by the US. The Abraham Accords and the Negev platform are additional breakthroughs that show that despite living in times of difficult times, of course, there is always room for diplomacy that can deliver tangible outcomes for the benefit of everybody. So there's a question of how can we deal with the security challenges raised, of course, by Russia's invasion to Ukraine as well. Well, there is a global instability and insecurity, and of course, the negative repercussions are here to stay for long as they look like. For example, the energy and food security. We have negative consequences that are adding to the real impact in our societies. We can see the growing rate of inflation, we can see the prices moving up, and it is of concern to everybody. So Cyprus has condemned the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which runs contrary to the international law and, of course, to the UN Charter. Therefore, we have introduced restrictive measures that include, amongst other, travel bans, asset freeze of individuals, restrictions on exports of particular goods, of course, flight bans, port calls, and other financial restrictions. To add another parameter are the international checks and balances as well. So what we need to focus is that the East Med doesn't need the Turkish revisionist policies and a gut-boat diplomacy which threatens regional stability, as well as the independence and territorial integrity of sovereign rights, both of the Republic of Cyprus, as well as the provoked actions taken in the area of the Aegean Sea. I believe that the EU has acted quickly and unanimously, has imposed the sanctions, of course, to the cost of everybody, but we need to adhere to the rules and regulations of the European Union, international order, as well as keeping to our principle and beliefs. Finally, because I would like to be as quick as possible so we have a discussion, I would be remiss if I didn't touch upon the rapidly evolving Cyprus-US defense and military collaboration. Both IMED, ITAR, AXA, and SPP are amongst things that we have done over the recent years. And I want to personally thank Ambassador Garber and as well as her team for their dedication and the work done over the last years. I believe that our relation in the field of security and defense has never been stronger, Ambassador. Our ambition is to have a long-term, irreversible security and defense collaboration with the US. I was visiting the Pentagon last June, and it's a milestone to our relation. Of course, as I said, and you all know, there was a full uplift of the embargo recently. We have proceeded and facilitated the signing of the logistical deployment. This is AXA. And of course, we are running over the last couple of years the IMED program, which is the military education program. And in addition, we have recently, we're going to sign, it's been approved, the state partnership program with the National Guard of New Jersey. All these developments will enhance, of course, our bilateral relations, and the lifting of the anachronistic arms embargo, I think, gives us new potentials and new opportunities in our defense collaboration program. Thank you very much.
Well, Ambassador, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. And I have to say it's an absolute pleasure to be back at the Economist Cyprus Summit one more time. The themes of today's panel, in my view, couldn't be more timely. As President Biden has stated, we're at a significant inflection point in world history. Here in Europe, we are facing a fundamental challenge to our shared security, brought on by Russian President Putin's brutal war of choice in Ukraine. And in the face of this challenge, as has been repeated many times this morning, European security has shown its strength and depth, and most importantly, its resolve to stand united against Russia's naked aggression. The foundation of that resolve, I would argue, is the strong partnerships that underpin it. Let me be clear. The United States is committed to these partnerships. President Biden's national security strategy, just released last week, calls our alliances and partnerships around the world the United States' most important strategic asset and an indispensable element contributing to international peace and security. It embraces the transatlantic relationship rooted in shared democratic values, common interests, and historic ties, describing Europe as our foundational partner in addressing the full range of global challenges. The title of the panel today, Partnerships for Peace, Stability, and Security, I would argue aptly describes U.S. goals and priorities in Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. As we work together to impose costs on Russia for its unprovoked and unjustified further invasion of Ukraine and flouting of the international order, as has been pointed out so many times this morning. Our coordinated actions are demonstrating the strength of our collective commitment to international principles of sovereignty and democracy, and to a Europe whole, free, and at peace. The Republic of Cyprus, I'm proud to say, is a valued partner in these efforts here in the southeast corner of Europe. Security has many dimensions: defense, economic, and our shared efforts against the tremendous transnational challenges we are all facing today. Climate change, as was pointed out earlier by Mr. Fisher, migration, and most recently, health, as our shared experience in facing the global COVID-19 pandemic so clearly demonstrated. And this is just naming a few. Since the signing of the U.S. Republic of Cyprus Statement of Intent on Security Cooperation in 2018, as the defense minister was pointing out, our bilateral cooperation in the security realm has steadily grown. We are working together to combat trafficking on drugs, arms, and people, training together on maritime search and rescue, and cooperating even more closely on anti-money laundering efforts, and importantly, in the face of Putin's heinous actions in Ukraine, sanctions implementation. A physical symbol of this growing partnership contributing to greater regional stability in the Eastern Mediterranean is the U.S.-donated Cyprus Center for Land, Open Seas, and Port Security, or CYCLOPS, a state-of-the-art border security training facility owned and operated by the Republic of Cyprus. Through its regional trainings and workshops on issues from customs to airport security to sanctions enforcement, it is a vibrant symbol of a more secure and more stable Eastern Mediterranean region. The growing and deepening network of regional partnerships is also making an important contribution to regional prosperity and stability. And here I'm thinking of not only the vibrant trilateral engagements Greece and the Republic and Cyprus enjoy with so many in the neighborhood, and of course the so-called 3+1 engagement amongst the United States, the Republic of Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, but also forums such as the East Med Gas Forum, which met here in Nicosia last week, with the themes of energy security and the transition to green energy dominating discussions. Friday saw the inauguration of the Eurasia Interconnector. My fellow American, the state senator from California, was talking about the Euro-Africa Connector. And the Eurasia Interconnector is an important project in ending Cyprus's energy isolation and a path toward increased use of renewable energy. It's no accident that the project's promotional material highlighted the support of the 3+1 to the interconnector's actualization. Similarly, President Anastasiadis' Regional Climate Change Initiative and Associated Action Plan, which the United States supports, is a clear demonstration of the greater ambition on climate needed by all countries of the region, will help address one of the most critical and existential challenges the Eastern Mediterranean faces today. Addressing climate change now is vital to the region's future security and prosperity. Minister Petrides in his remarks noticed the significance the Republic of Cyprus places on the recent certification by Secretary Blinken, which allowed the lifting of the international traffic in arms regulation, the recent passage of law, which also allowed for our ability to educate National Guard forces in the United States under our IMET program, and the SPP. Behind the certification on ITAR stood our continued and growing partnership on anti-money laundering efforts and the Republic of Cyprus's decision to deny Russian military vessels access to ports for refueling and servicing. We believe this determination will better enable the United States and the Republic of Cyprus to advance peace and security in the Eastern Mediterranean, which in turn will help efforts to diversify European energy sources and improve energy security and foster greater trade and investment links. So let me end where I began. The United States is a global power with global interests. We are stronger in each region, including Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean, because of our affirmative engagements. I've only touched the surface today. The European Union, including the Republic of Cyprus, is an indispensable partner of the United States. more than ever as we jointly face the immense challenges of war in the heart of Europe and the consequent disruptions to all our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now Ian Lesser, Vice President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States.
John, thank you very much indeed. It's very good to be here with you. We've heard so many, in fact, rather similar themes, I think, from many of the speakers, but I think there's a very good reason for that, in fact, because the global environment and the war compels us to think along similar lines. Let me just make 3 points to you, if I may. The first is a very obvious one, but I completely share what has been said already. The war in Ukraine will have profound and durable consequences, but not only in the East, where it's most clear, but also in the South. In many different dimensions. Let me mention a few. It's causing us to rethink deterrence against actors who may be rational, but are also ruthless. This was not part of the traditional debate about deterrence during the Cold War. We also have to, I think, grapple not only in the East, but also in the South, with the problem of accumulated risk. Even if there is no intent to escalate, there is always a risk of things simply going wrong, of incidents that spin out of control, of misjudgments, of misinterpretation, and perhaps also of deliberate actions that go further than intended. So the risk of escalation, it seems to me, in the South, whether it's around the Black Sea or in the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as obviously in places like the Baltic, is very, very real. And the longer open-ended conflicts, whether they're active conflicts, wars, or simply confrontations go on, the higher this risk will be. And I think that's something that we need to reckon with. South in terms of energy, South in terms of infrastructure. These things have been mentioned already, but it all, I think, comes together in this point, which I want to stress again, which is that although the focal point in many ways of the news is looking eastward, there is an intimate connection between what happens there and what happens in the South. The second point I would make is that Euro-Atlantic integration matters. This has been said too. You don't want to be a gray area. You don't want to have gray areas. You don't want to be left out. If I think the Finnish and Swedish aspiration to join NATO tells us anything, it is that there's a big difference between being close and being in. And that, I think, is going to shape our strategic environment for some time to come. In this context, I think the European Union is going to find itself absolutely in the business of becoming a more active geopolitical actor, including in hard power terms. Now, we may not all agree with the vocabulary that Josep Borrell used in his speech a few days ago, but his basic point was essentially correct. That the European Union's soft power matters, of course, but that this is no longer a world in which that's enough. And I think we should certainly recognize that. So the European Union has a role in security terms. Obviously, NATO has a role in security terms, but there are also all of these regional groupings we've been hearing about, whether it's the 3+1 in the Eastern Mediterranean, but also other things that we shouldn't take for granted. They're really very meaningful. The Abraham Accords, for example, between Israel and Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Sudan. This may seem like almost a normal concept today. It's a few years old. But if we were having this conversation 10 years ago, that would have seemed extraordinary, even unthinkable. So I think this is all being driven by a similar set of circumstances in which there is a strong desire to, if not be part of a key security architecture like NATO, at least not to be left out, to adhere to something, to have, I don't know what you could call it, borrowed security, which I think will be very important, whether it's through memberships or partnerships or other things. We didn't say too much about Ukrainian reconstruction, but that's coming too. And Euro-Atlantic integration is going to be intimately connected to the prospects for that success. I mean, the final point, and if I could end maybe on the point where Ambassador Garber also ended, I think in my view, the idea of an American disengagement from this region is a myth. If we look at political engagement, if we look at military presence, if we look at investment, I simply do not see that. Now, could circumstances over the next years arising in the Indo-Pacific cause this to change? Of course it could happen. Are there areas like the Western Balkans where Washington, under any administration, is likely going to look to Europe to lead? Absolutely. But in terms of a specific security engagement, geopolitical engagement in the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern Europe, I think that is pretty solid from the American side. And finally, I would say, if it has more European content, that's all to the good. I think the United States benefits from those partnerships, as the ambassador just mentioned, but I also think broadly shared in the American foreign policy establishment today, not shared everywhere, but broadly shared, is the idea that if more Europe allows European partners to spend more, do more in defense terms, that's helpful. And I think that's where we are today, and it will affect this region as much as it affects the East. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this panel is George Pagolatos from ELIAMAP, Director General.
Thank you very much. Much of what I would be saying has been covered by previous speakers, but let me outline 4 main points. Point number 1, geopolitics is back, and Putin's invasion of Ukraine has changed the world. The word geopolitics is present in the title of almost every conference on Europe, and this is a big shift because, among others, the European Union was about beating geopolitics through the power of geoeconomics. The European Union was a project of peace in Europe through dense win-win economic interdependencies, and was also a project of extending the Pax Europea, Europe's peace and stability, to the broader region and beyond through trade, aid, and the regulatory impact, the Brussels effect, as it was called in the halcyon days of European integration. These interdependencies produced a stabilizing effect. They allowed for 75 years of peace in post-war Europe and 3 decades of mostly peace, with some exceptions, in post-Soviet Europe. Now, this world of positive interdependence has been dealt a severe blow following Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And this leads me to my second point. Interdependence is being weaponized, and Europe must grow its resilience. The West is rightfully punishing Russia for its aggression, imposing financial sanctions. Russia is responding by weaponizing energy against Europe. And several months ago, we saw autocrats like Lukashenko and Erdogan weaponizing migration. This weaponization of interdependence is the most acute feature of our geopolitical era. And we see the power shifts, the West uniting against Putin, the European Union boosting its defense capacity, Russia drifting towards becoming a junior partner of China, China itself sitting uncomfortably over its association with a brutal revisionist autocrat like Putin. Still, about 2/3 of the world, let's not forget that, refrain from sanctions against Russia. So this is a bifurcated world, but really a multipolar world in a global multilateral system which is clearly profoundly not functioning. In this world, security is at a premium. Security is not just defense and military capabilities, not even the ability to fight the kind of hybrid warfare or even the conventional, brutal 20th century massive war Putin has unleashed. Security is about resilience in the face of multiple threats, human security, energy security, climate security, socioeconomic security in the face of financial, energy, and stagflationary shocks. This is about securing not just our economic and social cohesion, but even our democracies themselves in the face of illiberal and extremist forces. Which brings me to my third point. To become secure, Europe needs not just to beef up its defense deterrence, it also needs to extend its influence and the Pax Europea to its vicinity, most notably including the southern neighborhood. Europe has suffered catastrophic external events which have started outside its borders, but whose impact falls most heavily upon Europe. from wars and civil wars in the MENA region, producing refugee waves to the war in Ukraine and perhaps a looming food crisis in Africa. Europe should become a player, not just a payer, is a motto one very frequently hears in Brussels. But the important thing is for Europe to be able to affect developments in its neighborhood, from a staged enlargement towards the Western Balkans to prevent them from falling under the influence of China, Russia, or Turkey, to maintaining a European perspective for Turkey, even though its actual membership prospect is clinically dead. Turkish revisionism in the Aegean and the Mediterranean is not a Greek problem. It is a regional problem and a European problem. But I would venture to say that a structured, rules-based EU partnership with Turkey, including a positive agenda, customs union upgrade, visa liberalization, etc., conditional upon Turkey playing by the rules, abiding to international law, refraining from aggression and inflammatory rhetoric against its European neighbors, a rules-based EU partnership with Turkey, incentives where possible, sanctions when necessary, is in Europe's interest, is in Greece's interest, and I would venture to say is in the interest of democratic forces in Turkey that aspire towards Europe. My fourth and last point. The Eastern Mediterranean can develop a paradigm of multilateral cooperation instead of conflict, as the US could be gradually withdrawing from the East Med. I take Ian's point, and I hope he's right, and the MENA region. The European Union must not allow any such void to be covered by third powers, China, Russia, and Turkey. We need a strong EU role in the region. We need the Europeanization of regional disputes, Europe assuming a more active role, among others, over the Cyprus issue. Green transition can be a major game changer in the East Med. COP27 in Egypt puts the East Med on the spotlight. And decoupling from Russian oil and gas can accelerate both energy security and green transition. A structure of cooperation between Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates is already developing. This can turn the East Med into a zone of cooperation. The East Med Gas Forum should become more inclusive to include Turkey under the obvious conditions of respect for international law and no aggression or provocations against neighbors. Let me remind us that a decade ago, discoveries of natural gas in the EEZ of Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt raised the prospect of hydrocarbons becoming the catalyst of cooperation in the region. It didn't quite work out this way. All disputes and frozen conflicts ended up crowding out positive opportunities. Instead of hydrocarbon resources facilitating the resolution of the Cyprus problem, the unresolved Cyprus problem undermined cooperation, opportunities from the joint exploitation of natural gas. This is the story of a failure. However, our region is also capable of producing powerful, positive stories. Two examples stand out: the Eurasia and Euro-Africa interconnectors are one example, Europe extending its stabilizing role in connecting the electricity grids of Greece and Cyprus with Israel and Egypt to construct a European network of cross-border electricity grids. This is the European paradigm of win-win economic cooperation to build security, stability, peace, and prosperity in the region. And the second bright example is the progress of delimitation and of maritime borders under international law between Greece and Egypt, between Greece and Italy, or the referral to the International Court between Greece and Albania. Delimitation cannot be based on the gross violation of law, geography, and reason, as in the case of the Turkish-Libyan memorandum. But I would also single out as a positive example of political courage the recent agreement between Israel and Lebanon, allowing the joint exploitation of natural gas fields in the East Med. Two countries that did not even have diplomatic relations, steered by enlightened self-interest, with the US acting as an honest broker. Maximalism could have kept them claiming notional sovereign rights over resources they could never exploit. It was the wisdom of mutual compromise that made it possible for both to reap the benefits of exploitation, even more so as the window of deep-sea drilling will be closing. Such are the examples of dispute resolution that serve both national interest and the preservation of peace and prosperity in our region, using energy resources as a catalyst for cooperation instead of never-ending disputes. This is the way forward, and let's hope we can see more of that in this conflict-ridden part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, we have something like 10 minutes for any questions, so I'm still hoping that there might be somebody in the room who would like to ask a question. I would like to, yes, please, yeah. There is a microphone in the front here. Perhaps you could say who you are.
My name's Conor Long. I'm the Ambassador of Ireland. I suppose I would just offer an observation and a question, which is that the EU is surrounded by a neighbourhood with challenging relationships, I think the notable exception being Norway, and instability. That the EU has had an imbalance between its economic weight and its external influence. As the EU does transform, how can we reflect on the risks of that? Because significant global changes in terms of regional powers don't always have benign consequences. And in a neighbourhood marked by instability, how can we manage that carefully?
Anybody want to tackle that one? Please.
I would say that, within the EU, we have recently passed the strategic compass that enables more collaboration of EU with NATO, and of course, 21 plus 2, it's going to be 23 out of 27 member states are part of NATO already, but regardless, we are collaborating. I mean, we are not part of NATO, but we are dealing with almost the NATO members as collaboration within and outside the EU. So I believe that this time the EU has acted unanimously and very fast in keeping actually sanctions and being, at any cost to the benefit of security and defense. So in essence, we need to keep this transatlantic collaboration in place, and we need to enforce it even greater with the next move. So I believe it's a time to collaborate together, and we are showing this in effect as the EU is collaborating with NATO, but without losing its autonomy. So I think this is the right way out. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
If I may, just to add from a perspective of an American, but sitting in Brussels, I think there is a transatlantic piece here as well, because yes, we have our elections, things happen in Washington, we don't know what. Nonetheless, I think regardless of the administration, there is always going to be an attachment to this idea of greater European burden sharing, of Europe simply doing more. And so I think, there is a risk in inertia and not responding to the environment that includes that relationship with Washington, because it'll be a key metric for the future.
If I may add to the points already made, the risk of Europe is internal differences and diversity coming on the way of it developing a common sense of interest. It is not a risk of mismanaging, it is a risk of not rising to the challenge in terms of pooling resources into what some have called European strategic autonomy, but following Putin's invasion of Russia, we understand that European strategic autonomy is actually strengthening the European pole of the transatlantic alliance in order to allow it to confront systemic security challenges such as those posed by a country that has become a rogue state with nuclear weapons.
Ambassador, do you want to add anything on US? Well, actually, can I ask a sort of specific question that slightly grows out of this? US-Turkey defense relations, and they're not always very harmonious. How do you see them developing?
Turkey is a very valued NATO ally, as is so for the United States, and we believe it's very important to keep Turkey with a westward orientation. We have a complicated relationship with Turkey. We have a complicated relationship with many countries, but that's very important. And specifically on the question that Conor was asking, I agree with everything that everybody has said. The United States strongly supports a stronger European Union. We want a stronger partner that will both, as Ian was pointing out, help us with some of the burden-sharing questions. But when the U.S. and the European Union are both moving very forthrightly in the same direction, we have the tremendous ability to project our values and be a force for good.
Yes, somebody right at the back. If there's a microphone coming in your direction.
Thank you. Rosie Haralambous from the Cyprus News Digest. I'd like to ask Mr. Pagoulatos how he thinks that Cyprus can break out of what we all know is this entrenched position that we're not willing to even talk to Turkey about hydrocarbons. We don't even want to share them at the moment with the Turkish Cypriots. And it's a no-win situation for everybody, but I'd love to know if he's got any idea how we could change that. Thank you.
George, can you solve the Cyprus problem?
I think this island has enough Cyprus experts to acquire a new one from Athens. I'm afraid I have nothing new to propose. Just working harder towards a solution along the lines that have been established by the UN. I have nothing original to say, but it has been a huge opportunity that has been squandered, the incapacity to use the resources as a catalyst for the solution of the Cyprus problem.
If I could just jump in for a moment and say, I found what you said very determinative when you were speaking, and it struck me, I don't think that story is necessarily over yet. Look at the Lebanon-Israel agreement. You have Foreign Minister Kasoulides reported in the media this morning about hopefully that can inspire perhaps resolution of some of the other delimitation issues that affect Cyprus and be used as inspiration. I don't think the story is quite done yet, and I know that we continue to believe that the energy resources, particularly when we've been talking about such geopolitical change that's going on right now, could still be a force perhaps for bringing.
No, if I may, just to add to that, I think it's worth thinking about the way in which, all the things we've been talking about here today in light of Ukraine and this search for more opportunities in the South will somehow, over time, change these dynamics. I mean, there's also an election coming up in Turkey. There are some other things that are happening, but I mean, everyone, I think, would acknowledge that there's a huge opportunity cost to have the lack of political cooperation stand in the way of commercial and economic development. I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure without building new infrastructure that could be used if only those impediments were out of the way. It's not easy. But, 5, 10 years from now, it's conceivable, given the pressures that we're all experiencing.
And as a final question, I think perhaps to both of you at the end, actually, or perhaps particularly to Ian, the Western Balkans, do you see them playing some role here? I mean, particularly Serbia, because Serbia, as we all know, is basically pro-Russian. It doesn't apply sanctions to Russia. Is there any way of bringing it back and the rest of the Western Balkans?
I think that, there are examples in the Western Balkans, but I mean, it also in some ways applies to Turkey. It is going to be increasingly difficult to simply sit on the fence. I mean, if China can't necessarily sit on the fence, how are you going to sit on the fence in the Western Balkans? I think that at some point, both morally and strategically, countries are going to have to choose. And I think the balance of sort of political and economic and security incentives, I'm going to hope will fall on the side of a Western alignment, of a Euro-Atlantic integration. And I think that applies above all in the Western Balkans. These are, after all, not large states, not large entities. It can be done.
Yeah. Great. One more.
Former President Bush once
There's a microphone coming, actually, if you don't mind just hanging on for 2 seconds. Andreas.
Thank you. Former President Bush had famously mentioned many years ago that if you're not with us, you're against us. Any thoughts or comments on the idea of pushing countries toward to say you're either with Ukraine or against Ukraine? Unintended consequences by forcing sides to be taken?
I mean, I don't want to say too much about this, but I think that question becomes most acute and most interesting, not necessarily in this region, but in the global South. If you're talking about, it's not our topic, but if you're thinking about Brazil or South Africa or India, there is an active debate in Washington and in Brussels about how far can you do we always have to be on the same page? And we don't always have to be on the same page, it seems to me. But on some things, I think we should be on the same page. And I'm going to put Ukraine on that list of things where I think we ought to be on the same page.
Ambassador, do you have any views on that?
I agree with what Ian just said. I mean, we are working very hard to try and put forward the principles. What's happening in Ukraine is fundamentally challenged the international order as we know it. And it's very important for us to be able to explain, but at the same time, this gets into questions that haven't been dealt with in this panel: disinformation, malign influences. And we all need to really be able to work together to push back on some of that, because some of these decisions, frankly, aren't being made, and we've made very freely. And we heard about this morning so eloquently from the Ukrainian speakers that were up here about the determination of freedom of a country to be able to choose.
Great. Well, I think thank you very much to the whole panel. We have to have
It's about a family photo.
Thank you. Thank you. He's going to take a photograph. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
And we're moving fairly swiftly on to the next panel, which is actually a change from security and Ukraine to talk about the economy. So I would like to invite Minister Konstantinos Petrides, Wim van Aken, Philippos Soselos, and Andreas Asiotis to come and join me on the panel, if they're all here. Yes, the minister is here.
Where should I sit?
Yeah, towards the end. The minister's going to be here, I think, yeah. Maybe you should go next, yeah. Are you the third? We're going to have that in the middle.
Yeah.
And achieve resilience. We all know the economic challenges facing all of Europe at the moment, but we'd like to hear particularly about how Cyprus is approaching it. So let's start with Konstantinos Petrides, the Finance Minister of Cyprus. You have the floor.
Dear participants in the Economist Summit, it is a great pleasure that I can once again address a distinguished audience, in particular at a moment that is difficult for the global and the European economy, where we face challenges that we've never seen before. And these challenges, after an unprecedented crisis, the pandemic crisis. Just like the title of this session states, it's good to see what is happening with inflation, which is the biggest problem that is challenging Europe right now, at a moment where we've never seen this phenomenon before for at least one generation. My generation has never experienced before inflation. Inflation, however, is due to certain parameters that have created an explosive cocktail. It's not something that came about only because of the war. Inflation, in my opinion, is due to 4 factors. The first is a very expansive currency policy that was followed, an expansive monetary policy that was followed with 0 or negative interest rates. It's not an accident that the main issue in Europe right now is housing. That has created bubbles in the market. The second factor was the pandemic. The solution to the pandemic was indeed to prevent total disaster, because it was the first time in history that by law we prohibited the function of the economy. By law we imposed lockdowns. There we had to use the reserves in order to strengthen income and keep businesses afloat. This resulted in the increase of deposits, and then we had accumulations, and then it was fueled into the market, and then the inflation trends increased. The second factor is the war in Ukraine and the sanctions, and another factor are recent policies of green transition that contribute to the increase of the energy prices. Will inflation remain? Will we experience stagflation? I don't believe that it will remain for long, but the important thing is that energy prices, right about 2/3 of inflation currently, will remain high. It shall remain high, marking a new era that shall threaten the robustness of the economy, because in recent decades, in recent years, welfare was built upon the cheap energy prices as well. In this new era that we are experiencing, that we have already entered, we have to take very seriously the sustainability of public finances. Why, do you ask? Because this new era, we will need to spend to support vulnerable groups that suffer a lot from the energy crisis. After the pandemic, just to give you the example of Cyprus, after the pandemic, where we spent 3 billion euros to support the economy, the incomes and the businesses, we've spent another 370 million euro to subsidize the energy price or the fuel price. The second reason, that in order to leave behind fossil fuels, we have to increase investments in green energy hugely. We've increased it in Cyprus from 7 to 150 million euro. That was the increase in investment for green energy. In spite of the challenges, and it is indicative that the inflation in Cyprus includes increased costs by 12% in growth expenses, In spite of these challenges, it is important to keep the public finances sustainable because they shall determine the capacity of the state within the next years to support both the vulnerable groups and to become independent from fossil fuels. If we act infractions, we shall be punished. Economy punishes. We've seen the wrong policies enriched, I would say, from populism in other countries. We've seen what happened to the UK. And now we have to expect extreme reactions from the markets that will punish us if we don't move forward with consistency. We've seen the wrong choices in other countries as well, and we've also seen where they've led. So with this increased expenditure, we may be led to a new debt crisis in the EU. In the EU, we are discussing currently for how long and how we're going to relax the growth and stability agreement criteria. Okay, let's relax them, but I mean, expenditure is expenditure, expenses are expenses, and it is a huge political responsibility for us to map the economic policy of Cyprus to increase the investment expenditure and to support the vulnerable groups, and at the same time to deliver a fiscal surplus and a debt under 90%, and to be the only country that we take that we do upgrades. You know, a few months before the elections, the easiest thing for the Minister of Finance and for the government would have been to fuel a few hundreds millions of euros for populism purposes and for the electoral campaign, to have a deficit of 3-4% because it's allowed by the EU. They won't say anything, but we don't do it. We support where it's needed to support by delivering a sound economy, and the main tool, which is the fiscal tool, and we hope that it will be managed with the same wisdom and with the same prospect in the future. And what's the next target that we've achieved? Growth. 6% growth in the first semester. Growth that it's not an accident, of course. It's because the economic policy of the government is characterized by a strategy and by planning. Together with my friend Andreas Ashotis, we've drafted the new growth model of Cyprus. We have already expanded the productive basis. There were no sectors such as the tertiary higher education in Cyprus. We've taken leaps in the marine sector. We have created a business center to attract foreign companies in the field of ICT and high tech. Therefore, this growth rate is not an accident, which brought about income, and with that income, we've tidied up the public finances, and therefore policy has to be characterized by consistency, by a growth vision, but also by prudent management of public finances, because the following years will be very difficult. We have already entered a new era, a new economic era. Certain things that were given facts are no longer given facts, and we will all be judged by the result, by the outcome. And therefore, I also believe that we need to revise certain policies. It is not time to impose new taxes on fuels. And that's why our government has delayed and shall not impose the new green taxation at the end of the year. But I think that also on a European level, the green transition has to be revised so that we can mitigate as much as possible the impact on the citizens that are protesting, and justly so, especially for the increase of energy prices. Rhetoric is fine, vision is fine, but you always have to have realism, and you always have to listen to what is truly happening in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Next, Van Aken from the ESM.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be back in Nicosia. As the Minister said, the global economy is experiencing a new shock. The war in Ukraine and its widespread economic consequences, they threaten our recovery that was only starting after the pandemic. And economic growth projections for the euro area have already been revised downward for 2023. Commodity prices, particularly for energy and food, have risen significantly in early 2022. The economic loss for the euro area stemming from the current energy price hikes is the biggest terms of trade shock since the Second World War. For the euro area, as an energy importer, this price increase is a transfer of income and wealth abroad to energy exporters. The loss cannot be compensated fully by fiscal measures. That means it's important to limit policy interventions to targeted actions to help contain direct and indirect inflationary pressures. This new environment is also creating uncertainty, weighing on consumer confidence. Nevertheless, the euro area has been able to weather this double shock of the pandemic and the war relatively well so far. One reason is that it could build on the strength and resilience gained after the financial crisis. Countries, including Cyprus, undertook crucial reforms to address macroeconomic vulnerabilities. Banks were made safer, and Europe's architecture was strengthened with new institutions, including my own institution, the European Stability Mechanism. All this has made our monetary union more resilient. Now let me say a few words on Cyprus in this context. Cyprus enjoyed strong economic performance in the first half of 2022. And compared to other European countries, the economic projections for Cyprus remain relatively robust. This is also reflected in economic activity in the areas of tourism and information technology. The strong reforms efforts over the last years have benefited the economy and made the banking sector more resilient. The progress in the financial sector is evident. Non-performing loans of the Cypriot banking sector have decreased by close to 90% since 2015. Efforts to reduce them further should continue, and an effective application of the insolvency and foreclosure framework are important in this context. Cyprus has also been able to improve its fiscal balance and create fiscal space. The Minister has already mentioned this. While at the same time it has extended timely and temporary support during the pandemic to the economy. In the current energy and cost of living crisis, it extended support that has been contained in scope. This cautious use of instruments has contributed to a significant improvement of Cyprus' fiscal position this year. Continuing on this path, focusing on tailored temporary support for more vulnerable groups in society will ensure sufficient fiscal buffers remain in place to mitigate the impact of the expected economic slowdown and any future adverse shocks which we don't know yet. Now, these efforts have not gone unnoticed. Cyprus ratings have improved over the last 5 years. there has been a good rating cycle. Achieving investment grade from all main rating agencies would be beneficial. Continued evidence of strong economic resilience with high absorption of EU funds and implementation of reforms under the country reform plan would support this objective. This requires determined action by the Cypriots. And now, and over the coming years, delays in the implementation of the recovery plan would have a negative impact on investment and growth. On the same score, investing in modernizing the economy through digital technologies and innovation help enhance productivity and diversification. The strong growth we have witnessed so far in the ICT sector is one sign of important steps already taken in this direction in this country. Finally, to preserve future economic growth in view of climate risks in Cyprus, early mitigating action is important for the economy's resilience and to be well prepared and not to be overwhelmed when it comes. The transition to green energy reinforces the resilience. It reduces the dependence on external energy supply. All European countries, including Cyprus, could accelerate this transition. The proposed measures under the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which received very good comments, will help further strengthen the competitiveness of the economy. Implementation is now key. So let me conclude. In the short and medium term, Cyprus could focus on tailored and temporary support for more vulnerable groups and ensure sufficient fiscal buffers remain in place. And that to mitigate the expected slowdown and future adverse shock. In the long term, investment in modernizing the economy to increase productivity, diversification, and economic growth would be advisable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now joining us from the European Commission, Céline Gower, head of the Recovery and Resilience Task Force, if the video works.
Good morning, and I do hope that it works. And thank you very much for this invitation to this interesting conference, and my apologies that I cannot join you in person. A few words really picking up on what the previous speaker just explained on the Recovery and Resilience Plan. The Recovery and Resilience Facility was a very innovative and swift response to the pandemic. It was innovative in several respects. First, because it was relying on joint borrowing at a scale that the EU had never undertaken, but also because it was combining reforms and investment in a way that we had never seen. In Cyprus and a number of other countries were well familiar with the adjustment programs that were implemented after the financial crisis, and were also very accustomed to the use of structural funds. But this unique combination between the reforms and the investment within the same program was a real novelty. And what we see in the implementation of those is that it reinforces greatly the impact. The third element that was worth underlining is the approach of the facility based on a contract between the member state on the one hand and the EU on the other hand. A contract where the member states commit to undertake these reforms and investment on the one hand, and the EU commits to solidarity, commits to providing the financial resources. We just heard implementation is key, and I can only subscribe to that very much. Implementation of the recovery and resilience plans in each and every member state is the best stabilization factor that we can have in the current context to weather the turmoil that we are seeing. The implementation has started very well in all the member states, including Cyprus. We have now to date 26 plans approved and in being rolled out. We have disbursed more than 113 billion to date. And we see, more importantly than numbers, simply the impact on the ground, with reforms being passed, be it labor market reform in Spain, justice reform in Italy, education reform in Slovakia, or reform of the public administration and of the justice system in Cyprus. So we already see the structural reforms undertaken and implemented. What we also see is the rollout of investments, and this is absolutely critical to stabilize public investment in the current context. We see them at different stages, sometimes launching calls for tenders and for applications, sometimes already renovating buildings to improve energy efficiency or rolling out renewable energy sources to, as mentioned before, increase the independence and resilience of our systems. Zooming in on Cyprus, I think we have 1 billion of grants available and 200 million of loans at very attractive conditions to finance the Cypriot resilience and recovery plan. This plan was adopted already in summer 2021, and we are in the final stages of processing the first payment request made by Cyprus. The plan that we see is very much of good quality and able to tackle the challenges that the Cypriot economy is facing. The focus on twin transition, green and digital, focus on health, education and labor, but also the strengthening of the resilience of the public administration, of the justice systems, and the fight against corruption are really worth being mentioned. The context, and this is very much a topic of this discussion that we will have in a minute, the context, of course, has dramatically changed since the approval of the plan and the beginning of the implementation. The war and the impact, the economic impact it has is hampering the economy recovery. It is leading to inflation and to shortages, making the implementation of the investments more problematic. That we all see. But this is precisely in that difficult context that the implementation of the plan is the best asset that we collectively have to weather that crisis. First, because it does exactly the right thing. I think 41% of the Cyprus resilience and recovery plan goes to the climate transition, and this is going to independency, to more autonomy, and to more resilient electricity generation. So this is exactly what we need to avoid being transferring wealth and income to exporter countries for energy, and this needs to be further accelerated. But also it provides macroeconomic stability. The steady flow of financing that is coming with the proper implementation of the plan is making a great contribution to the economic stability of the country, like of the other members of the union. If you only think of Italy as Spain, for example. And this is why we have not seen a drop in public investment in the recent months, which is good for recovery. This is also what makes more fiscal space for the member states to be able to support vulnerable households and SMEs facing the crisis. And for all of these reasons, the new initiatives that the Commission took to address the crisis that we see now are building on the recovery and resilience facility. The Repower EU initiative that has just been endorsed by the Council and is being debated in a Parliament in these days is allowing a new climate dimension to be integrated of the plan with new financing and a possibility to accelerate our independency from Russian fossil fuel. This time again, although the crisis was different and remains different, the same solidarity and the same leap into the future of a twin transition is the solution that we are proposing. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this with you, and I will leave it there in the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Philippos Soselos, from Chairman and Chief Executive of PwC Cyprus, one of our sponsors. Thank you.
Distinguished friends, and it's really a great pleasure for me to actually be here. I'm really proud, as you mentioned, that we are supporting and actually sponsoring this prestigious event. In fact, it's a great gathering of minds. There is great value from the mere fact that we are here discussing these global issues, these global trends. We are sharing and creating better clarity on what we need to do and how to act. In fact, it is the third Economist conference that we've been supporting and sponsoring the last 7 months. And I had the opportunity to be in London in March, talking about Cyprus and Greece with the UK on how strategic alliances and how we can work together regionally to improve common economic prosperity. I had a chance in May in New York to talk about Cyprus, Greece, Israel in the 3+1 also notion of cooperation. And I think some great key takeaways out of all those conversations are indeed that we are facing some very big problems, and these big problems clearly need holistic and integrated solutions. And the strength of the solutions come through regional alliances and through connecting the minds in the very way that we're doing here. And yet, we're here at another conference, we're discussing another set of crises, and it feels like another crisis, another conference. It all feels the same. And the set of crises that we're really addressing today is well covered, it's well known. We have the energy crisis, the threat of stagnation, supply chain disruptions, the enduring pandemic, great resignation, the war for Ukraine, in Ukraine, and on and on. But I would like to share with you my thinking. And my thinking, I will try to cover it in 3 broad sort of categories. Talk about the nature of the crisis, then talk about implications for us in Cyprus and how we're coping, but then focus on lessons learned and realizations and what we need to really, in my mind, be focusing on to move forward. So in terms of this context of the crisis, I have found very interesting some analysis from PwC's Global Research on Leadership and Strategy, because there's a realization that all these individual crises that we've been talking about, the world has survived more severe crises of the same nature before, so more severe pandemics, worse supply chain failures, much higher inflation, more significant workforce reductions, deadlier wars. But humanity has never before in its history had to face all these crises at the same time. So indeed, what we're experiencing is unprecedented, not only for our generation, for the entire history of humanity. And climate change in itself is, in fact, a great accelerator. The basic conclusion here is that these crises are actually symptoms of the mega trends that have been around and we've been discussing about for many years, like technological breakthroughs, like the very climate change that we've talked about, shifting economic power, social instability, the world that is shaping. And despite the fact that in previous years we've talked about these megatrends as something theoretical and long-term that could have been addressed with the leisurely sort of actions over decades, the reality is that they are so interconnected that they are fueling each other and they are accelerating as a result, and it creates a number of crises. So the conclusion here is that the world is changing, and these crises are an adjustment mechanism in an inevitable direction of travel. And the sooner we understand where the world is going, the sooner we can make the necessary adjustments and reforms, as is the section that we're covering now. So in Cyprus, as we've heard also from the minister, very rightly, we have good reasons to be confident about our ability to handle crisis, because we've been having a very good record over the last 10 years at least in coping with financial and fiscal crises, bailouts, closure of systemic financial institutions, non-performing loans, pandemic-induced lockdowns. The realization for us here in Cyprus is that our small size as an economy actually is indeed a great strength in terms of resilience. And our extroverted nature, our ability to continuously connecting to the outside world, provides us with that bounce-back possibility. And we've heard about the great, very impressive projections for growth this year. We heard the president in the morning talking about 5.7 for the year. The rating agencies confirming the strength of the Cyprus economy. So the question really is this enough? Should we rely on a good track record and small size for the resilience? Is a progression sufficient? And usually when we talk about the future, we really talk about we need to have a vision. We need to have strategic alignment behind a vision. We need to have a strategy. We need to have a plan. I'm very proud that we've been involved in supporting the government in developing Cyprus' Vision 2035. And the reality, and I know Andreas, as the Vice President of the National Economic and Competitiveness Council, will talk more about that strategy, long-term economic growth strategy that underpins the Vision 2035. And the vision is a great vision. It's for Cyprus to be one of the world's best countries to live, best countries to work, and best countries to do business in. And it may sound a little bit aspirational, but it's not, because we know that we can be that country. And there is a strategy that is based on enabling the economy to become even more of a business and trade hub and a tech capital of Europe and a leader in sustainability. And we have the Recovery and Resilience Fund, 1.2 billion, supporting reforms, structural reforms, enabling that direction. And there is a lot of evidence of progress. The minister mentioned quite a few. We are observing the fact that we are indeed emerging as quite an interesting tech hub in Cyprus. There is improvement in important indices, like the European Innovation Scoreboard, or DESI. We've been, a relative ranking within European countries is actually improving. It's there. There is an evident alignment and improvement in the alignment of the state with politicians, the business community, supporting the pivoting of the economy. So the, leapfrogging is possible for a country. Talking about tech hubs as an example, modern tech hubs need much less heavy infrastructure than in the past. It's more the softer factors that support the ecosystem necessary for a tech hub to flourish, like enabling immigration, tax, intellectual property frameworks, transparent legal environment, efficient state. These are things very much within our control that can be done relatively quickly in a small economies. We have introduced a number of incentives to facilitate this. And also self-fueling of these ecosystems is possible. We have seen that as more and more tech companies come and as more and more digital talent comes in Cyprus, it forms a community of its own. It creates the conditions for people to connect and share and improve digital skills. And there's still a lot of progress that we can continue to make in connecting academia with the tech companies and the local community of tech professionals with the foreign community of tech professionals. But all these things are happening. So what is my message? My message really is that we have a vision, we have a strategy, we have a plan, we have a resilience and recovery fund to help us fund some of these reforms. We know the reforms that are necessary. They're all, and I think by now everybody is almost tired of talking about strategic papers and tired of talking about what needs to be done. And we all know that we need to become better in pain points, on becoming more business-centric and citizen-centric, and the judicial reform and the government transformation and on and on and on, education and schooling and everything else. So my point in sort of bringing my intervention to a close is that we need, as a country, in my view, to really look at us from an external lens in. As PwC, we are very passionate about our country's ability
to be a very attractive and sustainable regional business and tech hub. We're very passionate about our ability to fulfill that vision. And all of us are important stakeholders in that collective effort. So let me reemphasize my final messages. The world is changing, the change is accelerating, and is fueled by interconnected megatrends. The real question is relevance. It's about how do you play in that changing world. And it's about that strategy of how you position with determination there. We know the reforms, so the real question is execution, speed of execution, and scale of execution. And for the scale of execution, really, it's about the scale of our aspiration. And the scale of our aspiration is linked to our confidence, to our passion, and our determination to implement things that within a small economy are easy. They are stopped by internal resistance in the system. We are a small enough economy that if we have that shared vision and that shared passion to be that great country in the world, these things are easy. So my message is, we all have a lot of work to do individually and collectively and act very responsibly, but with aligned passion and vision within this crisis, which are adjustment mechanisms, to be a very, very successful, prosperous country for the future. Thank you very much.
And now, thank you very much. Now, Andreas Asiotis from Hellenic Bank, another of our sponsors.
Thank you to The Economist for giving me this opportunity to provide some insights on this panel. Dear ladies and gentlemen, following the combination of significantly high energy prices, unprecedented headline and now core inflation, aggressive policy tightening, and exceptional uncertainty, the risk of stagflation is clearly rising. In the current environment, to my mind, the right approach to tackle challenges relates to actions to overcome short-term pressures and focus on long-term value. Today I will focus on the latter, although I would like to make a point on the former before proceeding. Short-term pressures should be tackled by swift government responses across the globe, but those need to have the following characteristics: be timely, targeted, and temporary. Fiscal policies should strike the right balance between supporting the monetary policy stance and protecting vulnerable households. For governments to be able to deliver on this front, they need to have the necessary fiscal buffers, which we should not forget that were depleted during the pandemic. And now turning to longer value. Only nations with long-term planning orientation, looking for ongoing reforms which ensure resilience to adapt to unexpected events, can successfully navigate through such unprecedented times. This has been the effort at the National Economic and Competitiveness Council since our appointment, just before the emergence of the pandemic, to create a long-term economic strategy which seeks the implementation of necessary reforms aiming to enhance the economy's resilience and competitiveness and pave the way forward for sustainable trajectory of growth. As a first step, through a competitive process, PwC was commissioned by the European Commission's DG Reform to provide support for the development of a long-term economic strategy for Cyprus. The Minister's continuous support has been instrumental to deliver this strategy. Over the course of our work, we have engaged stakeholders from across the country public and wider public sector, businesses, the academia, the civil society, and worked closely with authorities and the European Commission to identify Vision 2035. The vision, as mentioned by Philippos, is to transform the country to one of the world's best places to live, work, and do business. This long-term strategy aims to transform the current economic model so that it addresses the global and local challenges, including digitalization, automation, climate change, and rising levels of competition from within and outside the EU in a way that ensures long-term sustainable development. The strategy lies its foundations on two main pillars. One, horizontal drivers, setting the economy on the right foundation by fixing long-standing and structural weaknesses, which will help the private sector to be competitive, resilient, and operate more effectively. This includes preparing the current and future workforce to the challenges of the future. But it also means building new, more efficient public institutions, rethinking systems and processes in the public sector, all of which will help steer Cyprus towards a more competitive, green, and digital future, consistent with Europe's priorities. The second pillar is the vertical drivers, identifying and nurturing the sectors that will drive future long-term growth in an environmentally and socially sustainable manner. Besides the traditional sectors of the economy, we put special focus on the following subsectors that Cyprus could and should capitalize on: tertiary education, solar energy, agro-tourism, and health and wellness tourism, and agri-tech. We also highlight the strategic importance of light manufacturing, specifically in generics, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, and food manufacturing. We are also reinforcing the importance of the professional services sector as central to the future of the Cyprus economy and its position as a knowledge-based economy. That is ship management, headquartering of ICT firms and other corporates, or growing and emerging opportunities in fintech and cybersecurity. This action plan to deliver Vision 2035 consists of 242 initiatives, which cover all horizontal and vertical areas. Around 40% of these initiatives across all areas are also included, partially or fully, in the Cyprus Recovery and Resilience Plan. Simply put, the long-term economic strategy and the RRP are communicating vessels and are fully aligned. Vision 2035 is not a theoretical exercise, but a plan where its implementation is already underway. And this is what makes this time different. We have seen different economic strategies, propositions in the past, which unfortunately have mostly remained in the drawers. This time is different for three key reasons. Number one, the strategy is linked to a budget, is linked to money, and there has been a lot of effort to achieve this. Second, the strategy is accompanied by an action plan with practical recommendations and specific timelines. Third, the strategy has ownership. Each initiative has a specific owner, and it's under the monitoring of the Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual work really begins now. We have an ambitious plan in place, one that all Cypriots should feel proud of, and in order to achieve this, political consensus and commitment are required from all actors, including parties, the civil service, social partners, business, and the overall support of the society. It is up to us to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, we have something like 10 minutes for questions. So if anybody wants to ask a question, I'm looking to see if anybody is going to raise their hand. I would like to ask the Minister myself about the fiscal rules in Europe and how they are likely to change. We know they've been suspended since COVID-19, but there is a debate in Brussels about reintroducing tougher fiscal rules. Do you think the new fiscal rules will be sufficiently flexible in a world where we have moved from, in a sense, we have moved from tight fiscal policy and loose monetary policy to a world where we have tight monetary policy and maybe we need looser fiscal policy?
No, I disagree with it.
Okay.
Totally. The fiscal and monetary policy should be aligned. Otherwise, we just miss the goal. And yes, there is an issue here of being, I don't consider the monetary policy right now as tight. In relation to inflation, even now, it's accommodating the monetary policy. And that's why there will be more increases of the interest rates. Nevertheless, the fiscal policy cannot cancel out what the monetary policy is trying to do. It's tough to say it, but you cannot have an accommodating fiscal policy creating more inflation. Simple O-level economics. There is a discussion about the Growth and Stability Pact, whether it's flexible enough or not. You know when you're flexible enough? When you have the money to spend. And when you have revenues and when you have money to spend. Andreas talked about the measure should be temporary. It's the third continuous year we've been running on temporary measures and the flexibility clause. At some time, we will face the debt sustainability issue. Some countries more than others, accompanied with the phenomenon of unhealthy competition between the member states. When you've been running surpluses for years, when you have the economy of Germany with AAA or other countries, and when you are a Mediterranean country that we are a little bit bigger spenders in the past. So the rules have to come back. It's painful, but expenditure is expenditure. The markets will punish you if this goes for a while. We've seen what happened in the United Kingdom. Yes. You have to face the tough reality. We let inflation be created with wrong policies and with the war. Now we have to be tough in our policies in order to, at least to cure it as fast as possible.
Okay, interesting. Any more questions or any more comments from the panel? I mean, my one more question was going to be really addressed to, I think, Celine and perhaps Wim. I mean, we've had the example of the Recovery and Resilience Fund and the use of the European Union's credit rating to borrow money for member states. People are now saying maybe we need something similar for the energy crisis and maybe something similar for climate change. Are we going to see more examples of the European Union using its own credit to pass money on to member states? Celine, do you have a view on that, or is this just a one-off?
Thank you very much. I think legally it is clearly a one-off. I think the possibility for the Commission to borrow at such a large scale was created by an amendment to the own resources decision, which is really framed as an exceptional one-off. You have, of course, a debate at European level on whether or not this one-off should be reproduced. I think my personal take on this is let's make it a success as we have it, and then we can take that discussion further. But the absolute priority at the moment is to implement what we already have. And to address the current crisis, as I indicated in my introduction, I think we are using exactly the same framework because the framework is tackling the energy dependence that we are facing. So we still have space to do it, we still have time to do it, we still have money to do it. Let's spend it well, and then there's a chance that this thing can be repeated, and we can discuss that again.
So not Eurobonds just yet. Do you have a view? No.
As Filipino said, we experienced two extraordinary crises. The combination of the two is unprecedented. The instrument that was developed for the first crisis is now also being used in the second crisis. Will we see more of it? It depends on how the outlook evolves over time. I think one of the advantages that the European Union has is that it has a variety of instruments in place that bring resilience. And they can be used depending on the mandate of all those institutions. So Céline is absolutely right. We have the instruments, they build resilience, but it depends on how the situation evolves. I want to say a small point on the fiscal rules. The fiscal rules, they actually bring an element of credibility. They function as an anchor of credibility. At the moment, we are in an extraordinary situation and the escape clause is in place. Bringing the rules back also helps in terms of credibility of that anchor. And there's a discussion ongoing on how they would look and how the reforms would be, but definitely an anchor of credibility is very useful.
Well, I remember from meetings here that Klaus Regling always used to say Cyprus was his model pupil, more so I think than Greece.
At the moment, Cyprus is in a very good place, and the debt trajectory is on a downward path. As I mentioned earlier, rating agencies are looking at this carefully, and it can be beneficial for Cyprus going forward to have investment grade across the board.
Yeah. Okay.
If I could
Please
just add,
do.
You did mention the possibility of having another package like RRF. Well, RRF is mostly about energy, to start with. And secondly, RRF is inflationary itself. When you are going to pour into the market 1 trillion euros with just a few years, plus another 1 or 2 trillion euros from the private sector for implementing the RRF, this also has an inflationary effect. And this and another package would not coincide with fighting inflation.
Okay. One last question, or we might move on to the next panel, which will flow from this one. Yes, one question here.
Thank you very much, Efraim Khalamish. The former Italian Prime Minister earlier today referred to the importance of global events when it comes to analysis of local economy. And more specifically, he referred to the Chinese important annual meetings this week. Actually, it takes place once every 5 years. I'm just curious your view on the role of the Chinese economy and the Cypriot economy versus, for example, the traditional role of the U.S. economy in European economies like Cyprus.
China.
Well, I cannot comment too much about the Chinese economy because I'm not sure what the data is. So what I know is that Cyprus is not influenced a lot by what's happening in China. Supposedly that they have low inflation and satisfactory growth rates right now, but I wouldn't say that our economy is influenced too much with China, but I would just say something else. It's not just the energy. You did mention the defense expenditures. This is becoming an issue in Europe. It's becoming an issue because of Russia. It's becoming an issue because China, now I hear it. It's becoming an issue because of Turkey. Cyprus had the highest military expenditure in its history, I think, this year. So we are fighting two fronts, actually, the energy crisis and about military expenditure. So the security issues are also being raised in this new era that we are getting into. And this is very worrisome, and it does influence the fiscal stability and debt sustainability as well. So it is something that we should have in mind. All these geopolitical tensions and uncertainty, the wars, they do have an impact. I don't know how big that impact will be in the next few years, but it's uncharted waters also into that direction.
Please.
Just to add another dimension, I think you were implying also, or at least in previous speakers, there was a point about the threat of over-dependence on certain models and the fact that you become over-reliant. And I think one of the relevant points that we've been discussing for many years in Cyprus was indeed our overexposure in certain markets, in certain geographies. So the strategy that Andreas talked about was about diversifying the economy in a much more sustainable way. So questions around, opportunities around China or any other country, I think for us as Cyprus, will continue to be viewed from a much more holistic point of view. We shouldn't overthink that we have competitive advantage with one or another geography. I think clearly we have demonstrated for ourselves that we are a very important regional player that can actually fit very sort of with great agility in developments as they emerge.
You're right. And I think one of the misperceptions, that proved to be a misperception in Cyprus, was the dependency of the Cypriot economy vis-à-vis Russia.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
And you have proved our resilience and the diversification of our production base.
Exactly.
Also due to the crisis. But the misperception is still there, out there, especially about the dependency of the banking sector or the financial services. When I go abroad and I say that the exposure of the Cypriot deposits to Russia is less than 1%, and less than 3%. Compare that, I'm not going to name other European countries, but compare that to any other European country. They were talking about the passport scheme, that the economy would collapse after it ended. Well, you have seen. So I think we are unfair to our own economy, the prospects, but also the progress that has been made in the past years, if we are talking about over-dependencies of the Cypriot economy right now.
And we're unfair on our ability to pivot, to really move to new markets.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you very much to the panel for that. And I think it flows into the next panel. Okay. Thank you. You're not following the UK example. That's very sensible. Thanks. 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 And we go straight on, yes, to the next panel, which I think follows from this panel. So financial policy for Europe in times of political turmoil, monetary policy shift, banks, and so on. And I'd like to ask Konstantinos Herodotou from the Central Bank of Cyprus, Konstantinos Koutentakis, Association of Cyprus Banks, Sean Marion from Moody's, Michael Karalambidis from Economist to come up and join me on the panel when they're all mic'd up. Do we need one more chair? No, one of them is coming by video link, I think.
This one?
Last. That's fine.
Is there a specific order?
I think we're going to start with, yes, Governor Central Bank of Cyprus, Chairman Association. Yeah.
Thank you.
good opportunity over here. Please, you're a guest. Ask you.
Hi, how are you? Whichever you probably
Can I
should
make a bottle of water from you, please?
There you go. Okay. Well, as I say, this panel follows from the last one, which was about the economic challenge, and now we're talking about the financial challenge and monetary policy in the banks. So, Mr. Herodotou, would you like to begin with speak from here, or probably better from there?
I don't mind.
People can see you.
Okay, thanks. Distinguished co-speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to this summit. Let me touch briefly and mainly on the monetary policy part of the panel's discussion. Now, euro area inflation rose to 10% in September 2022, and that's an increase from 9.1% in August. Now, the ECB's primary objective, where my Governing Council colleague Gabriel and I meet regularly, is price stability, which is defined as keeping inflation at 2% over the medium term. So what has happened? Because a lot has been said about the inflation and the reaction of the ECB. Now, firstly, inflation started rising in 2021. Let us remember that in 2020, we even had negative inflation. And it started rising in 2021 because economies were reopening from COVID, and there was a mismatch between demand and supply. And that was exacerbated by supply chain bottlenecks. So it was a supply-side shock. And then the war happened, which was an extreme inflation supply-side shock, because that catapulted completely the energy prices. But at the ECB, we started normalizing monetary policy since December 2021, because we need to be aware that interest rates are not the only monetary policy tool that has been in place. We had a number of policy tools to support the accommodative stance, to support the Eurozone economies during COVID. So firstly, since December, we decided to reduce the net purchases of bonds, both under PEP and APP. We stopped completely the net purchases under PEP in March 2022. By the beginning of July, we stopped the APP net purchases, and then we created the transmission protection instrument in order to enable the interest rate hikes without causing market turmoil. And then we proceeded with a 50 basis points interest rate hike in July, followed by 75 basis points interest rate in September. And as per the announcements of the Governing Council, there will be several other interest rate rises as part of the normalization of monetary policy. However, monetary policy has to be considered within the following context in order to understand the effectiveness of monetary policy as well as how inflation works. Monetary policy is based on the medium-term outlook of inflation, and its effect is medium-term. Any monetary policy decisions roughly take 18 months to filter through and affect the real economy, to filter through to banks, households, and firms, and impact credit consumption and investment decisions. So monetary policy cannot and does not target current inflation. It's about the medium term. And on that basis, the most recent ECB staff projections for inflation for the Eurozone is that inflation will average at 8.1% for 2022, 5.5% for 2023, and 2.3% for 2024. So as things stand, inflation is expected to come close to target in the medium term. I do emphasize as things stand. Now, most of the inflation is in energy, as we all know, which remains extremely elevated and is 38% of total inflation. Food is also another important element of inflation at 11% in terms of price increases. In other words, it still continues to be cost-push inflation, whereas monetary policy mainly affects aggregate demand and not the supply side and the cost-push elements of it. So monetary policy has a more difficult job than usual, because instead of dealing with the typical demand pull inflation, it has to deal with the cost push inflation, and therefore needs a more balanced approach. Because if you underestimate it, you don't tackle inflation. If you overreact, you will likely cause a negative impact on economic output as well as unemployment. So it's not an easy task. And this is because the effort of monetary policy is to realign aggregate demand to aggregate supply. We had a shock on aggregate supply, and aggregate demand now is mismatched, causing the inflation effect. In addition to all this, countries that are more dependent on gas import and gas prices will have their output impacted by energy prices on their own. And therefore, that brings another element, especially given that we're entering what is predicted to be a tough winter with very high energy prices. And this leads me to the next point as regards monetary policy, which is the uncertainty of it. And what are the uncertainties that we need to be aware of and monitor? One is the risk of wage and price increases spiral. As inflation persists, demands for wage increases will appear. If firms give in to those wage increases, they will have to protect their profit margins, which means they will raise their prices, and then you get into a wage price inflation spiral, which is very damaging for the economy. So far, we haven't witnessed that in Europe. Then it's inflation expectations. Will they get de-anchored? If inflation expectations get de-anchored, that is also a very difficult problem to tackle from a monetary policy perspective, because inflation becomes entrenched, and it takes more extreme measures to bring that down. Again, even though certain measures give inflation expectations slightly above 2% in the medium term, I think currently it's at the 2.3 I mentioned before, it's still not proven that it's been de-anchored, but there is a high risk, and this needs to be monitored. And a final risk is the geopolitical developments themselves. The huge shock from the war was what drove inflation completely out of control. And supply-side shocks become effective immediately. Those increases in prices, in energy prices, became effective immediately. Who knows what will be the situation on the ground with the war going forward? Will there be further disruptions on energy prices? Then we will have more inflationary shocks. Will there be a resolution of the problem? Then maybe energy prices will come down as quickly as they rose. And then we need to adjust for that. So there are a lot of uncertainties that monetary policy needs to deal with. Monitoring and pacing the reaction of monetary policy is very important. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. And we are going to go with our other Governor, Gabriel Makhlouf from the Central Bank of Ireland via connection. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning from the other end of the European Union. Let me just say a few words about monetary policy, and I'll also say a little bit about non-performing loans. But first, monetary policy. In the lifetime of the euro, inflation has reached record highs, and as you heard from Konstantinos just then, headline inflation was 10% in the euro area. It was actually 8.6% in Ireland in September. Now, this marks a rapid shift from the low inflation we experienced for much of the decade before the pandemic. In Ireland, inflation averaged just 0.5% per year in the 10 years to 2019. The initial impulse for higher inflation was the pandemic, and in particular the lifting of restrictions and the global supply bottlenecks that resulted from it. Russia's war in Ukraine was obviously a further shock impacting commodity prices, and especially gas prices. And in August, food and energy price increases accounted for 2/3 of headline inflation in the euro area. And the persistent and overlapping nature of these shocks has had significant indirect effects. The prices of many services and goods that rely on energy as an input have also risen sharply, and we see this in the core inflation measure. That's the measure which strips out energy and food price changes, which has risen steadily over the year to stand at 4.8% in September. The number of items in the euro inflation index basket with price increases of greater than 2% has been rising. Now more than 6 out of 10 items in the basket are seeing price increases greater than 5% year on year. And as the price pressures broaden across the basket, the case for tighter monetary policy becomes stronger. And it's sometimes said that as it operates primarily through aggregate demand, that monetary policy should look through supply shocks, as you heard from Konstantinos just then. And to a large extent, this is correct, and it's a view that underpins the medium-term orientation of our monetary policy strategy. However, it's not an argument to do nothing in the current climate, and we need to pay close attention to supply-demand imbalances and decide how significant these are and what monetary policy needs to do to bring things back into balance. And while the initial impulse for inflation was a sequence of supply shocks, it's quite clear that demand coming out of the pandemic has also been exceptionally strong. And in the labor market, for example, labor supply shortages are still being reported by firms, even in the face of a deteriorating outlook. The beverage curve shows a historically tight labor market with high job vacancy and low unemployment rates. We pay close attention to labor market developments, both as an indicator of the economic outlook, but also for wage developments that could indicate persistently high inflation becoming embedded. And wage growth estimates data show an acceleration of wage growth during 2022, but still lagging inflation. And at the Central Bank of Ireland, we also track trends in posted wages, drawing on data from millions of jobs across the euro area. And this data also points to an acceleration of wage growth, especially during the first half of 2022, as economies reopened after the pandemic. Now, some degree of so-called second round effects is to be expected as real wages catch up. In fact, the current trends in both the official wage growth data and our posted wages tracker are broadly in line with the ECB's current projections for wages in 2023 to grow at around double the rate we saw before the pandemic. What we wish to avoid are third or fourth round effects, whereby expectations of higher inflation above target become embedded in wage demands, contributing to self-fulfilling inflationary dynamics. Faced with the risk of persistently high inflation, the ECB's Governing Council increased rates by 50 and 75 basis points in July and September of this year. And as Konstantinos told you a few minutes ago, we've signaled in our communications that further increases are expected. Now, the scale and pace of future interest rate changes needed to achieve our 2% inflation target will be based on the incoming data and the evolving outlook, what we describe as a meeting by meeting approach. And a pivot to tighten monetary policy has been necessary. History teaches us that these issues will only be exacerbated if we delay action. That raising interest rates is absolutely necessary as persistent inflation is damaging to macroeconomic stability and longer term living standards. Let me just turn to non-performing loans, which to some extent were the dog that never barked during the pandemic. Thanks to the widespread deployment of payment moratoria, loan guarantees, and direct fiscal transfers and wage subsidies, the increase in non-profit loan ratios experienced in Europe during 2020 was almost non-existent, and in most cases has been followed by subsequent declines into mid-2020. Given the labor market shock and GDP falls experienced, this is quite striking and shows the full force of the policy supports deployed from the start of the pandemic. We must, however, remain vigilant, and roughly 1 in 10 loans across Europe are classified as at high risk, but not yet default, what we call stage 2. These loans take higher provisions to account for their high risk, and the prudent recognition by banks of these higher risks should ultimately make them more resilient to future adverse events. Households and businesses are now transitioning almost without a break from the pandemic-related shock to an energy-driven inflationary shock. Resilience has undoubtedly been eroded, and it's difficult to measure precisely how much latent distress is lurking under the surface, ready to be exposed by the interlocking nature of these shocks. Fiscal support will again provide some absorption of this shock for many with bank debts, but there may be a limit to the role fiscal support can play in cushioning exposed businesses, in particular from the profitability effects of this episode. We in Ireland are acutely aware of how difficult it can be to repair bank balance sheets after a surge in NPLs. The post-2008 experience taught us that early engagement between borrower and lender is absolutely essential, as are strong frameworks for protection of consumers during that engagement, and a streamlined data collection and assessment process for distressed borrowers. In recent years, banks benefited from global financial conditions by selling and securitizing portfolios of NPLs to specialist market entities, as well as from economic recovery to support successful loan restructures. However, in a higher rate environment, we must not be complacent. It's not obvious that such a ready portfolio sales market at an appropriate price will remain available to banks, nor that loan restructures will prove as successful. There are reasons to believe loan impairment dynamics and the risk of potential balance sheet amplification by banks are not as severe as during the post-2008 crisis. Nominal inflation in incomes and house prices may improve defaults and losses relative to previous shocks. Finally, the level of capital headroom remains strong, and as such, a negative credit supply response, which could amplify economic stress, is less likely than before. On all these fronts, we need to remain vigilant and ready to use releasable macroprudential tools if we deem it appropriate. The counter-cyclical policy requires an easing of capital requirements in order to support the economy. Let me just conclude. The euro area is facing a difficult combination of high inflation and low economic growth, including the possibility of a technical recession. It's an uncertain and challenging environment, which is perhaps inevitable when a war is taking place on the continent and when the supply of energy has become an instrument of that war. The role of central banks has to be to focus on their core price stability mandate, and governments need to think carefully about their fiscal policy choices and avoid those that would further fuel inflation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Konstantinos Koutentakis. We remember that Cypriot banks had a big NPL problem back in 2013.
Certainly very many questions and few answers. It has been described by previous speakers as the perfect storm, and perhaps it is. So it is making it a little bit more difficult for the policymakers to decide on exactly what tools to use and in what direction. And this is where the challenge lies. This is the first challenge, actually, because they do not share the same weapons in their arsenal, and they do not always share identical objectives. Central banks, and again, I'm a little bit oversimplifying here, central banks use monetary policy with interest rates as a main tool to control inflation, trying not to impact growth, whereas governments use subsidies, investments, and other fiscal policy tools to support citizens and businesses to overcome the impact of increasing prices. A second challenge is that the tools used by the policymakers vary in strength and efficiency. Some are less effective in the short run, more effective in the long run, while others are very aggressive and have side effects which make it difficult to estimate the exact magnitude and the timing of their impact. Let's just think also of what banks have as objectives. They aim to satisfy the needs of their customers, increase their profitability, maximize shareholders' wealth, of course, while respecting the regulatory framework and the instructions from the regulator. Banks at the same time need to be agile and flexible to modify their policies and strategies to the ever-changing economic environment. Take an example with the ECB, and again, I'm oversimplifying. As already mentioned, the most effective tool available to the ECB is the interest rates. Let's assume that in some case, the ECB increases interest rates drastically. This may give a negative signal to the markets, which in turn may lead to a recession due to the reduction of investments. Also, such a decision may spur an increase of NPLs for individuals and businesses due to the fact that they have higher costs to serve their loans. The fear of new NPLs may lead banks to tighten their credit approval procedures, negatively influencing their own turnover and growth, as well as for society and economy. Another example is the governments. Take, for example, the law banning foreclosures. It may create a positive reaction from a big part of the population, but may also seriously impair the bank's collection policy, increase their NPLs, and provoke reactions from the regulator. Another example is if the banks decide to drastically amend their lending policies, introducing very harsh criteria. Although this might lead to better risk figures, it is almost certain it will harm business and eventually may lead the economy to a serious downturn. It has been described by Mr. Aschiotis earlier that there are some communicating vessels. That's what I'm trying to point out here. During such a serious turmoil, the policymakers that have to deal with the situation may all share the common goal to cure the illness of the economy. However, they do not necessarily have identical objectives, and the tools available to each party are different in terms of variety, speed, and effectiveness. And I think this was pointed out by Mr. Irodotou earlier. Communication between stakeholders is essential. There must be open channels of communication between the governments, the regulator, and the banks for the implementation of a policy which aligns objectives and is constantly monitored and adjusted on the basis of new information. We need to synchronize our efforts and available tools in order to come up with coordinated actions and policies that will maintain the financial stability in our country. So, where do Cypriot banks stand today and what is needed of them? Cypriot banks stand strong today. We have gone through several crises and have acquired significant experience in dealing and overcoming difficult situations. We have developed strong risk framework policies and tools. Digitization has already improved productivity and customer experience. We have managed to decrease our non-performing loans to single digits. We have healthy capital adequacy ratios, strong liquidity, and we are moving towards profitable years. Using our experience in responding to adverse situations, we will adapt to the current circumstances. However, further steps are needed to better prepare for times to come. The reduction of the physical network, as well as more lean structures, are necessary to move closer to European banks' cost-to-income average. So to conclude, the regulator and the government will take whatever measures are needed. Cypriot banks must prepare themselves to take decisions swiftly so as to be able to adapt to their policies based on the actions of the policymakers. On the other hand, we should also stress test our existing loan portfolios under various scenarios, such as increased cost of living, increased installments due to higher interest rates. We can thus identify those customers who are more likely to run into difficulties and proactively propose to them potential solutions so as to avoid new NPLs. We need to carefully monitor the lending criteria at each given moment and adapt our policies not across the board, but using micro-analysis to best segment our existing and potential clientele. All of these actions should contribute towards maintaining a healthy banking system, in Cyprus and should avoid jeopardizing its credibility. At the same time, all actions should be aligned with the bank's natural load in the Cypriot economy, which is to provide funding for businesses and individuals to produce and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Sean Marion. From Moody's.
Excellent. If I stand in the middle, can people hear me? Is this clear?
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. Just listening to the panelists that have spoken so far, we sort of got the lay of the land in terms of monetary policy and what the dynamics are at play there. We've talked a little bit about, the banking system in terms of some of the strategic decisions that are facing banks here, and putting that in a global context. Thinking about sort of what is to come in the panel, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the fintech dynamics. And earlier this morning, we heard a lot about the macro outlook across Europe. We talked about a little bit some of the geopolitical dynamics at play, and we talked also about some of the stresses we're seeing in financial markets. I want to try and tie a lot of those elements together, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our outlook for the Cypriot banks. But I think some of those strands that I've just mentioned are going to be very important to put these into context. And I'll sort of just start with the clear message that we have a very positive view of the banking system here and the banks. It's reflected in the trajectory of our ratings and the current outlooks that we have. But that's a very reductionist way of looking at things when you just say there's a positive outlook on the banking system and on the banks, because essentially you've got a series of competing forces at play. And it's going to touch upon some of these elements that the other panels have spoken about and what we heard about earlier this morning. You've got sort of a series of tailwinds that are helping and supporting the banks and the banking systems. And then you've got a series of headwinds that are going to make it increasingly difficult. So what are those tailwinds that are helping, the positives? What are the headwinds that are negatives? Well, it's been spoken about by some of the panels and earlier this morning. And I think one of the biggest tailwinds that we're seeing is you've had this massive cleanup of balance sheets of the Cypriot banks. And I won't mention the numbers in detail because they've already been cited by others, but you're looking at non-performing exposures around 50%, which is gigantic if we put this in a sort of historical context, going back to, I guess that was the end of in 14, 15, when you had the peak, and it's come down to, if you remove what is guaranteed by the authorities here, you're looking at sort of single-digit non-performing exposures. So you've got this massive reduction over time. It's still relatively high, that legacy number, relative to other European banking systems, but you've had this massive cleanup that's taken place. And that's taken place in a way that's been done using market forces, and we haven't seen the government support to the same extent in terms of that cleanup as we've seen in Greece. So I think it's a major sort of tailwind in terms of having those cleaned up balance sheets. Now, you've also got a growth story, and again, this has been touched upon by various other speakers today. When we think about the growth dynamics here in Cyprus relative to European peers and in the global context, you've got quite a strong story. We're forecasting, we revised downwards as others have our forecast for the Eurozone. You've got quite anemic growth, just above zero for next year. Here, the forecast is to decelerate slightly from the strong numbers we're expecting this year, but still to be around the 2% mark, which, if we again put this into a broader context, is relatively supportive. Now, some of the other dynamics that are pushing the banking system that are supportive, and we've just had a long discussion on rate dynamics, inflation, and essentially for the Cypriot banks, where you've seen quite significant compression of net interest margins over time, and the compression here has been more pronounced than we saw elsewhere in Europe. Rates going up are very beneficial for the banks. They've got a significant amount of liquidity that's being parked at the ECB. They're getting a lift there. Their deposit bases are quite strong, so they're not under pressure or as much pressure to pass things on immediately. So they've got some pricing power there. So there's a positive dynamic happening there. And the other sort of force that I wanted to talk about is digitalization, because you've got the Cypriot banks have a profitability challenge. You've got high structural costs. This cleanup has not been an easy one, going back to what I said before on the balance sheet de-risking. But we have seen, and because of the pandemic, it's been accelerated. You've seen a significant uptake in the use of digital platforms to transact. And the banks have jumped on that. We've seen significant investments, and they're starting to bear fruit. There's been, a streamlining of physical branch networks across the island. All these things are supporting and will support profitability and operational efficiency. That being said, as I sort of shift to what are some of the headwinds, well, I think that getting that cost base down and profitability is a significant headwind for the Cypriot banks, because there are significant challenges that are out there. Likewise, going back to what I talked about, asset risk. You've had this massive cleanup, but you've still got significant leverage in the economy. You've still got a lot of the non-performing exposures. Whilst they may be off the bank's balance sheets, they're still being worked on. And they're still going to drag to a certain extent on growth and on the ability of banks to lend. So getting those volumes that are really needed to push up profitability. And then you've also got, thinking about that, you've got the interest rate story, and we just sort of heard the dynamics there at play. As rates come up, it's going to impact borrowers' capacity to pay. So you've got that, which is also going to have an influence on asset quality. So you've got these sort of competing dynamics, and overlaid on all of that is you've got a very positive story here in terms of the debt trajectory of the sovereign, in terms of the fiscal dynamics of the sovereign, and that's been reflected in a certain trajectory of the ratings. But you've got a very challenging, broader context for the markets right now. Whether that be looking at the debt capital markets, whether that be looking at the equity markets, really sort of any significant market right now. There's a lot of stress out there, and there's a lot of uncertainty. So all of this sort of, the reaping the benefits of this cleanup, it happens in a time where things are going well for the domestic economy here, but there's a lot of clouds around, whether those be geopolitical, financial, economic, that can influence that positive trajectory and sort of lower it a little bit. So again, I just wanted to sort of put that in perspective. We've got a positive view of the Cypriot banks and the Cypriot banking system, but you really need to sort of understand the story being those sort of competing positive forces and negative forces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Michael Karalambidis from the digital world.
Thanks. Hi. So first thing I want to make clear is that this is not strictly a financial-driven crisis. Above all, I would say it's a political and an energy crisis, something that we keep deviating and forgetting. So we need to be mentioning more things beyond the quantitative data that we have in place. So since this is a conference about navigating out of challenging times, how about we also touch the qualitative plus philosophical side of things? Challenging times are always bound to cycle through the years, especially when it comes to a human construct or something artificial like the global economic models. My generation has experienced unprecedented ongoing vicious cycle that I would appreciate began with the property crunch in 2008. And since then, the economic environment has never really stabilized. Nonetheless, humanity has proven itself resilient and always managed to thrive, alas, during not easy times, but during hardships and challenges. Every hardship just like the World War has two lessons to teach us. One lesson is to see the negative side of things and keep dwelling on extreme nationalism and primordial issues that rift humanity apart. Or see the evolutionary side of things, learn from the mistakes of the past, go past our nationalism and reserve primordial raw instincts towards a supreme species mentality that will allow us to foster new ideas, progressive technology, and above all, a common vision for humanity. Primordial nationalism is a part of our daily lives and human subconscious. It's a dark part of our history that the more we feed it, the more it takes over our daily lives and even business decisions. Having said that, fintech companies are facing this resistance to evolutionary change all the time. The traditional economic models, which have been proven to be unreliable and unpredictable themselves, still dominate and feed the decision-making of our industry, making traditional banks, government bodies, and markets afraid to endorse fintechs. Fear is what would keep us from stepping outside of the caves into the light of a new world full of excitement and evolution. Fear is what would keep the Wright brothers rooted to the ground and never take flight. Fear is what gives way to nationalist discriminations, leading to world wars and crisis. Fear is what makes the unknown remain unknown. This is a message of evolution, a message for change. We could not allow our ever-bonding global economy or society dwell on what makes us different or reluctant to change. We should hear the voice echoing from our ancestors and understanding that if they were here today, they would have done things differently. Why do we still repeat the same mistakes which can only lead to the same results? As a final note, and more specifically towards our fintech and economic industry, fintechs are the natural evolutionary branch of a hybrid osmosis between technology and banking. Rather than cornering or squeezing fintechs out of the market, the industry should endorse them by providing a protected and controlled environment. An environment that will allow fintechs to learn, develop, and evolve into a new generation of economic tools, which have proven to drive us out of previous financial and economic crises. Yes, there are a lot of risks and mistakes that will be done by this juvenile industry. But don't we all make mistakes by trial and error until we mature? Should we be cornered out of society as humans during our early years, hence never giving us the chance to grow into adolescence? Then why don't we treat new market participants in the same way? Fintechs, tech challengers, or neobanks are here to stay. We will make mistakes, but we will learn. And we will eventually be educated to do better and stronger together. A great big thank you to those who believed in our industry and to the global institutions, local regulators that have embraced us, allowing us to grow, and thank you for listening to my positive plus melodramatic call towards better days by understanding what unites us rather than what divides us. Thank you.
It's always good to have a note of optimism for the future at these panels. We've got 5 to 10 minutes before I'm sure you're all very keen to have lunch very soon. But so I'm going to look around to see if anybody has any questions. I have one question, which I think might be for our two governors, but others may have views on it too. The dollar, everybody remembers. I think it was John Connolly who originally said the dollar is our currency, but your problem. And there seems to be some people who think that that is happening again. Is that right? And is there anything we can do about the dollar? And how is the dollar impacting your formulation of monetary policy? Perhaps start with you, Governor.
Sure. Firstly, in taking monetary policy decisions, it is very clear that we do not target the exchange rate.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't take monetary policy decisions in order to arrive at a certain exchange rate. However, we look at a number of variables that influence inflation. One of those variables, of course, is the exchange rate, and we see how that impacts the inflation dynamic, especially over the medium term. And to your point, yes, the US dollar is at an almost historic high, at least in the last 20 years. Global commodities are priced on the US dollar, hence all the imports of all the Eurozone countries are affected accordingly. In other words, it's much more expensive to import oil, gas, and any other commodity, since everything, even shipping costs, are actually in US dollars. Now, why is that differential? Because firstly, the US economy has a lot of demand-driven dynamics rather than supply side, as opposed to the Eurozone. So the economy outlook is different. And because of those inflation and economy dynamics, the Fed started increasing rates before the ECB and in a much faster pace. And that changed the exchange rate dynamic. Now, we factor that in terms of how it affects the inflation outlook, and then we take our monetary policy decisions in order to try to arrive at the target inflation rate of 2% over the medium term.
Governor McAleese, do you want to add anything on the dollar?
I agree with everything that Konstantinos just said. The only thing I will add is that clearly emerging markets who have foreign currency liabilities, which will tend to be dollars, are probably on the front line right now of this particular issue. And we need to keep a very close eye, and I know the IMF is, but we need to keep a very close eye on possible financial stability and related issues arising from emerging markets. So that's just another dimension. But otherwise, as far as our own monetary policy judgments are concerned, I align completely with what we just heard from Konstantinos.
Any thoughts? Sean, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think just on the point that was just mentioned, I mean, we're very focused on the implications of the strong dollar on emerging market banking systems. You're seeing a lot of, FX rationing in certain countries, and that is going to have an impact on banks' ability to repay their FX obligation, particularly in those countries where you've got Eurobonds that are outstanding. So it's a key risk because, thinking at both the sovereign level and at the banking level, you've got significant maturities that are coming due that are denominated in US dollars, and it's going to create some difficult choices for many entities in the coming quarters.
Any other comments or questions from anybody in the audience on financial policy and where we are? Because if not, I think I'm going to call this session to a halt. Thank you very much to all of you for your comments.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is set
rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
The Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is set
rate to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
The Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum, while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA, and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is
rate
set to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
The Federal Reserve is raising the interest rate.
Fed is set to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
Platform BX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini. Knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
We're waiting for 3, is that right?
Yeah. I saw them outside. So
I'm sure they'll be here. I'm sure they'll be here. Okay, that's a good start.
Oh, and the third one's standing there.
Okay.
Just getting finished. Okay.
Great. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch to the afternoon session of the 18th Annual Cyprus Summit. And we're going to talk for this panel about revitalizing peace talks on the island through increased intra-island commerce. And we have 4 panelists to discuss how best to do that, beginning with Colin Stewart, Special Representative and Head from the UN Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus and Deputy Special Advisor of the Secretary General on Cyprus. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I was recently speaking at another event here in Nicosia, the Cyprus Forum, about the political impasse that we see over the Cyprus problem and the growing separation of the island, where the integration of the North economically and politically with Turkey is accelerating due to the very difficult economic situation on that side of the island. Greater dependence of the North on Turkey, especially economic, necessarily means less interdependence between the 2 sides of the island. And that's a problem for the prospects for settlement. I argued that independence is the glue, interdependence is the glue that can hold the island together. And if present trends continue, the idea of a mutually agreeable settlement will soon become unviable. I expressed my belief that a majority of Cypriots want the division of the island to end, but that they are losing hope. And when the populations no longer have any enthusiasm for settlement, it is hard to imagine political leaders forging an agreement on their own initiative. My comments generated some media attention at the time, but what you may not have heard, because this wasn't highlighted in the media, was the second half of the argument, that there is a lot that we can and must do to reverse these trends. From the United Nations perspective, the most crucial and urgent thing is to rebuild the links between the 2 sides through active, regular interactions across all segments of society and all sectors of the economy. If there is to be any hope of an eventual settlement, Cypriots need to start practicing living together, not separately, on the island again. Studies have shown that any interaction, even while shopping, is better than no interaction. When people interact, myths and walls crumble. Misperceptions and taboos fall by the wayside. Greater understanding of each other is the foundation for building trust. And without trust, there can never be a sustainable solution. But the most impactful type of interaction, and the one that I would like to highlight here today, is business and commerce. Nothing brings people together more quickly and more strongly than economic interest. And nothing will do more to bring the island together than expanding trade and business links and providing the infrastructure to support them. This is the surest way to rehabilitating confidence in a settlement. Integrating the island in practice paves the way for a political solution. As the European Union experiment has shown, economic interdependence increases the likelihood of lasting peace by creating incentives for stability and open commerce and disincentives for conflict. The economic stress in the north and the growing economic divide between the two sides of the island also breeds resentment and lack of trust between them. I hear from many Turkish Cypriots that they are unhappy about the current trends, but see no alternative. Providing a north-south alternative would be a major step, perhaps the most crucial step, towards reviving the hope for a comprehensive settlement. The dire economic situation in the north is undermining the prospects for a settlement. It is clearly not, as some people continue to believe, helping move the north towards a settlement. We have important examples of this in history. After centuries of war and animosity, France and Germany took a dramatic step towards peace in 1950 with the Schuman Declaration, which proposed that the two countries' production of coal and steel be pooled and placed under a common high authority. This, it was argued, would immediately provide for the setting up of common foundations for economic development and change the destinies of two countries which had fought for centuries. There has been peace between France and Germany for the past 75 years, and as previous speakers have mentioned, the European Union itself was built upon the same bold idea. Of course, this was not the only aspect of rebuilding ties between former enemies, but economic integration is a potent force in paving the way for peace. Business decisions, however, are not made on the basis of political considerations. Fortunately, however, there are good business reasons for increased commerce between the two sides of the island. Cypriots are already voting with their feet and pocketbooks. Both Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot shoppers find certain goods cheaper or more attractive on the other side. Whether it is for disposable diapers or luxury brand items, filling one's tank or buying furniture, whatever the reason is, trends are showing that people are interested in what the other side has to offer. The World Bank, which supports the arguments I'm making here today, has found a number of products in which each side has a comparative advantage. We've also long known that a more integrated island economy would enlarge everyone's market, helping address structural constraints typical of small island economies, reducing external vulnerabilities, which is particularly relevant now in the face of supply chain challenges. It would attract more foreign direct investment and create more and better jobs. We are already seeing evidence of this in the work of the two trade unions, which have matched the need for labor in the south with available workers from the north, providing income for some 500 families so far. It is a commendable initiative which I've praised since its early days. The initiative is now growing and highlights once again the importance of initiatives driven by business interests. For these reasons, I am working intensively with the lead representatives of the two leaders to complete a wide range of joint initiatives and confidence-building measures that will not only benefit Cypriots across the island, but will also lay an important foundation of goodwill for eventual settlement talks. In terms of economic initiatives, we are working to expand trade through the Green Line regulation, overcome banking transaction challenges, and ease congestion at the crossing points. And John told me that he himself had noticed that things were going more smoothly at the crossing points, so I think we're making progress. Although protectionist voices are the loudest, there is immediate mutual benefit in increasing trade. Despite all the odds, The reality is that we are actually making some notable progress. At the current pace, official trade across the Green Line will double by the end of the year, including the first processed non-animal food products such as olive oil, tahini, and carob syrup. In fact, we've already broken the record, the annual record, for Green Line trade in 1 year, and we're not even at the end of the year. Furthermore, the crossing points are starting to become more efficient, as I mentioned, and it is my sincere hope that they will function more as a gateway to opportunity than as an obstacle to business. It is equally important that the north to south trade be complemented by the expansion of the south to north trade relationship. On this panel today, we will hear from an entrepreneur about the concrete challenges he is facing when trading between the two communities, but also some of the opportunities he sees, whether it be a business-to-business or business-to-consumer model. Environment and climate change are issues that obviously affect the island as a whole. As we heard at the Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference held here recently, and as previous speakers have mentioned, it is urgent that we step up efforts to mitigate climate change, embrace recycling, and transition towards a green growth and sustainable economy, a priority also reflected in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are already seeing on this island and in the region the devastating effects of climate change, such as frequent and intense heat waves, droughts, wildfires, and desertification. We also have with us today 2 waste management and recycling experts who are completing a pre-feasibility study on possible intra-island cooperation over waste management of electronic and electrical equipment. This initiative was spearheaded by the Technical Committee on Economic and Commercial Matters with the support of the United Nations and the European Union, and shows a possible path for generating new revenues, potentially creating green jobs across the Green Line. Many similar and often underreported achievements in recent months have come through the technical committees established by the leaders of the two sides on a wide range of issues, from health to culture to environment, as we have heard, and gender or policing. In these 12 committees, prominent Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, some of whom are here today, sit together, discuss amicably, reach agreements, and make consensus recommendations to the leaders as to how the lives of ordinary Cypriots can be improved. They are working on some 20 other initiatives as we speak, large and small. The work of these committees happens away from the limelight, but I can tell you that they are building a foundation of bicommunal achievements that will lay the groundwork for future settlement talks. The technical committees and confidence-building measures are neither a substitute for settlement talks nor a distraction from such talks. They are the path towards talks. Before I conclude, I want to reiterate my firm belief that greater economic activity between the two sides of the island makes good business sense and would have positive impact on the lives of Cypriots on both sides of the island. But more importantly still, each incremental improvement will, brick by brick, lay the path towards a mutually agreeable settlement of the Cyprus problem. But we do not have much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Vaidan Senghor. Yes? One of you is, yes, please.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us. Thanks to the organizer, and really a pleasure to be here. We live in the time of circularity. We know that we are extracting more resources than is sustainable from the earth. In fact, it's calculated that we already extract the equivalent of 1.7 Earths every year. And of course, this is a dead end. We need to change that model, and circularity is basically the idea of extracting the maximum value out of resources with repeated life cycles. So we need to collect resources back and treat them again in the economy so that we can extract maximum value of the resources and stop extracting virgin resources from the planet. Now, in this era of circularity and shift between waste management to resource management, scale is of essence. And we need scale, we need material so that we make treatment of material feasible. And of course, Cyprus is small by nature. Now imagine when we break it down into two pieces, the scale becomes, and the diseconomies of scale become a barrier to many types of treatment of resources. Or if it's not a barrier, it makes the treatment of resources very inefficient because of the small scale. I usually say that we cannot have circularity in semicircles. And of course, we will not have circularity in semicircles, but as long as we are obliged to work in the fragmented between the two communities, it means that we are working in smaller circles. And that, as I said, creates a lot of inefficiencies or even makes things not feasible because of the small scale. Now, one of the differences between the Turkish Cypriot community and the Greek Cypriot community is that we have different legislation. We have the acquis communautaire in the Greek Cypriot community back from 2004. That means that for specific waste streams, we have the extended producer responsibility, which means that the organizations, the companies selling their equipment or their packages or their batteries in the market, they have to pay for the collection and treatment of the material. And of course, that makes what was not feasible before, makes it feasible because there is this fund. And since we're talking about electrical and electronic waste, there is the system, the EPR system in the Greek Cypriot community is collecting around 2 million euros from 400 companies every year, and that's the money going into the collection, the transportation, and the treatment of material. Because of this producer responsibility implementation, in the last 15 or so years, there have been infrastructure created for the collection of material. There have been also investments in treatment facilities, different treatment facilities. We are to a point today that we can say that for most of the types of electrical and electronic equipment, we can at least dismantle the equipment and export the components and not the whole equipment. So there is some infrastructure. Of course, that infrastructure suffers from the small scale because you need certain investment to do a certain job. So if you have more quantities, you can better spread the fixed costs. And of course, we do not have the same legislation in the Turkish Cypriot community. There is legislation for producer responsibility for packaging already. It's not implemented, but there is legislation. And of course, this project is also aiming to help things move towards regulation for producer responsibility in the Turkish Cypriot community so that eventually there will be money collected from the producers in the Turkish Cypriot community to treat the equipment or to facilitate the transport of equipment. Now, we are discussing the trade through the Green Line, and what we should say already is that there is waste crossing the line already for materials that it makes sense financially, like commercial industrial packaging, like car batteries. There is already waste moving between the two sides from the Green Line, treated on either side of the island. Now, for the specific project, in the, let's say, in the shade of this absence of regulation, we have been looking through this initiative of ways to look at the market and see whether there is financial, it makes sense financially to collect some types of electrical and electronic equipment in the Turkish Cypriot community and bring them to the Republic of Cyprus for treatment in the facilities that we have already here. So basically, we focused on types of equipment that have a positive value. So even when you take them for proper treatment, there is positive value in the equipment because of the value of the components or the metals and so on. So we're looking whether, we have been looking whether this value, this positive value, has been enough to cover the cost of collection and transportation of the equipment to the facilities in the Republic of Cyprus. Now, I will not get into the details of the project. Vishdan will present the project from our side. But what I would like to concentrate at the end is the benefits we see out of this kind of initiatives. And of course, starting from the very cooperation between the two communities, which is a very positive thing. But of course, we're talking about financial benefits. We're talking about the waste stream, electrical and electronic waste, which is quite hazardous for the health with neurotoxic materials if they spread in the environment. And of course, treating the equipment properly is of essence for the environment. We heard already it's one environment for all of us between the countries, let alone in the same country and in a small country living side by side. There is the awareness that will be eventually built if this initiative takes over for people to learn to sort their waste and take them to a specific depot for the collection. There will be experiences from the waste producers in the Turkish Cypriot community that will host the depots for the management of these kind of facilities, which of course can expand and collect many different types of waste in the future. There is efficiency in the whole thing because whatever equipment is collected will be treated in existing facilities where the fixed cost is already paid. So there is the efficiencies. And of course, it opens up opportunities and, let's say, growth of ideas for further cooperation and further initiatives for the treatment of different types of resources. And of course, to the extent that a small-scale project can contribute, it creates green jobs because when we manage waste properly, we need much more labor. It's much more labor-intensive versus either dumping the waste or using scrapyards to manage the metals in the electrical and electronic waste. So there are different benefits, and we hope that this can take over. It seems that business-wise it will work, and Vishdan will say more about that. So we look forward to that becoming a reality on the ground.
Okay, thank you. And now, is it Kyriakos Papounas is next? No, you're Kyriakos, sorry. Go ahead, we're done.
Hello, my name is Vishdan. I'm the Turkish-speaking Cypriot working on this pre-feasibility study for waste electrical and electronic equipment. This project that we could say was, that could be a pilot project, management about providing space for citizens that are conscious about the environment to bring their waste to depots that would be allocated in the northern part of Cyprus, to be transferred to the southern Republic of Cyprus to be treated properly. There are people that are conscious about the environmental degradation, about the finite natural resources, and our carbon footprint, and it's very pity to see that they don't have an option to bring these waste that they would like to places that could be treated properly. It is also a project with a great potential to raise awareness and initiate and lead the northern part of Cyprus to follow the waste hierarchy in solid waste management, where we could prevent, reduce, and reuse and recycle waste, because essentially the project can help with the repairment of this waste electrical and electronic equipment as well. It can broaden to that. Currently, as Kyriakos mentioned, e-waste is improperly handled at scrap metal yards, and ignorant practices like open burning is happening. We don't have an official information on the health effects of these practices on the workers and the close-by citizens, public that are living and exposed to this. Neither we have information about the leaching toxic materials, where these are ending up and who is the receiver of these pollutions. And as already mentioned as well, lack of extended producer responsibility on waste electrical and electronic equipment is, in the northern parts of Cyprus, is and also disregard to the environment have gave this way to the mismanagement of this waste material. On the other hand, in the Republic of Cyprus, there are, as we have spoken to, 2 waste management facilities that handle waste electrical and electronic equipment properly to the EU standards and have shown interest in this project and enthusiasm and willingness to cooperate to take this material from the northern part. And these facilities are located in Nicosia, and we have received very much valuable information and support from them. We also investigated possible locations in the northern part of Cyprus to be designated as depots for the citizens to bring their waste electrical and electronic equipment and to be stored there until they can be transported to the waste treatment facilities in the Republic of Cyprus. We had a selection criteria for these depots, several of them, but the most essential one was that they had the principles that were right for the environment. They had the vision for collaboration and extend this further. So also we have selected 2 depots for the east and west of Nicosia to cover a greater area to receive this waste material. And thanks to the enthusiasm and vision of these 2 depots owners who are willing to also overlook their expenses in their depots in terms of mainly for workforce, the project has found to be feasible. As I said, with a great potential to extend actually to further things that could be done, to act as actually green points that are already happening in Republic of Cyprus, as serving as civic amenity sites. As already mentioned, there is already collaboration happening on the waste management on different waste materials. And based on Green Line regulation, for the goods to cross from northern part to Republic of Cyprus, they just need to be consumed by the Turkish Cypriot citizens community. So everything fits, and overall we believe that the project will help in the reduction of environmental pollution and improper handling of hazardous waste that is present in V. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mohit Ince.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Mohit. It's my pleasure to be here with you today.
Is your microphone? Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So my name is Mohit. I'm a Turkish Cypriot. I manage 2 companies on both sides of the island. And what I basically do is I do trade on both sides of the island and across the island. So our companies engage with Cypriot products, locally produced products, both in north and south, and we trade them across. And actually, when you say green line trade, actually it sounds a little bit confusing and scary, but it's my pleasure to see within the last past years, actually, starting from 2018, as Mr. Colin Stewart mentioned, the numbers traded across, especially from north to south, started increasing from around 5.5 million euros, hopefully at the end of this year up to 12 million euros. But when we say green line, actually, green line trade, it sounds only from north to south. I mean, that's how it started. But it's also possible to trade products across from south to north. You just have to find the niche, the market need, and you only have to act as a businessman, business mind, to be able to find the right product. So if I need to speak a little bit about what I do, I act as an intermediary. So, and I call the products that we trade, products for cooperation actually, because the reason I started the project right before the pandemics, before I was just importing goods from abroad to the Republic, but after the pandemic started, you know, you just sit at home and try to watch, to try to understand what's going on in the whole world, and you hear all these news that supply chain is start to broken down, and within very short amount of time, we'll have problems in supplying some raw materials, goods and products. And considering that we are an island, we live on an island, actually, it sounds to me that it's gonna really hit us at some point. And so I said, okay, so why don't we just start cooperation between both sides, whatever we have, just to see what is feasible, what is viable, and how we can yield our resources, actually manufacturing resources, all over the island. So that's how I started thinking about it, and I came up with this website called tradegreenline.com.cy. The idea is the buyers and the sellers of both sides, they actually go and log into the onto the website. The website is up, by the way, but it's not practical, operational at the moment due to some reasons. So when you log into the website, actually, you actually can see the products that can be traded across the Green Line, and then from their point of you can start sending questions, sending inquiries, requests, asking questions. From there, our companies kick in, and we try to help people actually to find the right product, right supplier, right buyer and seller on both sides of the island, and bring them together. And another reason why I call this products for cooperation, because we make everything open book. When we bring suppliers and buyers together, we don't really hide anything. We take them to the factories on both sides wherever the product is actually produced. We introduce them to each other, they see each other, they sit down, and we all sit down actually around one table and imagine another possibility that we can do this. I mean, living on this island in the north and south, when you don't have a common goal or common vision towards something, you don't really try to get in touch with each other. And that's what we have been seeing actually over the past few years, since 2008 especially, when Turkish lira started to devalue against euros and other foreign currencies. There's a tremendous increase in demands of some kind of products, especially in the north from south. And that actually helped many people, many companies to start interaction. So I agree with Mr. Colin Stewart. So in practice, we see many people interacting with each other, and these people are increasing the communication between themselves. So that is something that we have to really see as important, and that we really have to take into consideration these days, because we really need the communication among the people of Cyprus, between the people south and north. And business corporations have these big opportunities to bring all the people together actually, and that's what we have been doing. And there are challenges, yes. Green Line trade is very limited, and although you can see some products that can be traded over the Green Line on the paper in the legislation, actually they cannot be, because there are some political concerns, and there are some certificate issues, there are some inspection issues, and that is something that we really face all the time. But okay, the reason why I call myself entrepreneur, you know, business people always try to find way around how to tackle the problem. So that's what we are doing. So in order to actually to be able to trade over the Green Line, you have to get ready to see the problems, to get ready to tackle those problems. And I cannot count here, but I don't know how many times I got stuck at the Green Line, waiting for an inspection, waiting for an officer to answer me questions. But still, I mean, I'm doing it, I am enjoying it, because actually the motive is to bring, to communicate across the island. I mean, the motive is not the money. Money comes, money follows after, whenever you do the things right, actually. So that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to establish sustainable relationship with people of Cyprus, both from north and south. And once you establish that right communication, things just follow. And other thing is we have to think about our children in the future, because when we don't bring all these people together and when there is no communication, there is no way that you can actually take a step ahead. So I live it every day because I do it almost every day. I do communications every day about what to trade, about the products, about the samples, about the invoicing, about the money transfer and everything. And that's why I think I have the highest telephone bill in the company, because I just talk across the island, and due to the roaming, probably, I don't know, across Luxembourg in Europe or Sweden, I don't know from where. So I pay very high telephone bills. So this is what I do. This is what we do. And the Green Line trade is a challenging opportunity that we can actually start cooperation, sustainable cooperation. And I don't know how, as I said, how many people I invited over to North, how many business dinner we went together with the people that never knew each other, how many times we went to Istanbul, Turkey to see factories, what's going on, the raw materials, I mean, when it comes to business, business is business, and it doesn't really matter. So thank you for your keynote speech, Mr. Colin Stewart. That really explains everything. We have to try, and we just shouldn't be scared of the political concerns, the political climate going on around. People are people, business people are business people, so we just have to do what we have to do, I think. So, yes, thank you so much.
Very interesting. Any comments or questions? You mentioned, Colin, that I had thought it was easier to cross than it used to be. I mean, the Ledra Street crossing wasn't open until, well, I can't remember quite when, but for a long time it was closed. What it seems to me as an outsider would help a lot is if tourists could visit both north and south in one visit. Do you see that happening? I mean, for example, taking a car rental across the Green Line. It's possible, but it's complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen, but like a lot of economic activity across the Green Line, there are hurdles, there are obstacles, and it really depends on how committed somebody is to making it happen. I mean, we should recognize that while the official Green Line trade is, I mentioned it's at record levels, but we're on track for maybe $12 million this year. The unofficial trade across the crossing points, which is not very well documented, is estimated to be over 100 million. So there certainly is some activity, but I see a lot of potential for tourism and other areas to, rather than sort of let activity happen despite the obstacles, to actually facilitate it and increase it, and I think it could really take off and make a difference.
Yes, over there. If there's right in the, well, there are two. Let's start there, actually, since you're nearest the microphone, and then we'll go over there.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate the two waste management experts for their work. I'm sure it is a win-win situation, and it will prove to be feasible and tangible and bring positive results. Most of all, I was surprised by Mr. Ince. He is one of the very few people who has operations on both parts of the island, really very few people, and he wants to promote Green Line trade. And being a business person, I would urge him to continue doing so, because there is a need for consultants, middlemen, whatever you want to call them, agents, to promote Green Line trade. And I would like him to know if he can give us an example of a couple of Greek Cypriot products that he has managed to find customers in the Turkish Cypriot community and realize such sales. We know that the sales from the Greek Cypriot community to the Turkish Cypriot community are much less than the other way. So it is to our interest as Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry to promote this trade, and we would like to advertise your services to our members, because I'm sure there are Greek Cypriot manufacturers of locally produced products that qualify for the Green Line trade who don't know how to tackle the market in the other community. It is totally new to them and totally unfamiliar to them. Therefore, I see a very good role for you, and I wish you all the best. But I would like to have some practical examples. Thank you.
Mr. Ince, give us an example for Mr. Pilides.
Yeah, sure. Probably Minister of Foreign Affairs will not be happy to hear this, but paper cups. Paper cups is something that I'm trying to promote as well from north to south, but due to the inspection procedure, we couldn't be able to make it happen yet. But the paper cups for coffee shops and anything that can be sold to coffee shops are tradable at the moment. And I represent, I don't want to name of the company, but I'm representing one big manufacturer in the north, and every week we are just selling good amount of quantity. But I have to tell that last year we tried again, but we didn't have the chance actually to start the cooperation due to this VAT issue, because VAT issue is something that we need to put on the table. Maybe Cyprus Chamber of Commerce as well have to take this into consideration as well with the policymakers, because yes, made in Cyprus products are tradable to the north, but 19% VAT is not something that a company in the north can get it back. That's why that 19% stays at a cost on top of a product, and 19% is a huge amount. That's why maybe we should start finding some solutions about this problem to be able to make some Greek producers, Cypriot producers here in the Republic, more competitive in the north. Because north, I mean, we have some manufacturing facilities, but most of the stuff are imports. But if we have a manufacturer, if you have a factory here producing anything that can get this accompanying document from Cyprus Chamber of Commerce, actually, those are tradable. But only concern is the 19% VAT that cannot be get back by the northern company. The company that is established in the north. That's why if we tackle that problem, if we find a solution at some point, I'm sure more Cypriots will be able to promote, sell their products across Green Line from south to north. So yes, paper cups.
And maybe the Minister of Finance should look into the VAT issue over there.
That's a European Union issue, and it could be solved if the European Union just decides to solve it, like it solved the Northern Ireland issue.
Yes.
But coming back, and thank you for this opportunity, what Muhit has created is digital infrastructure. And I'm wondering, why are all stakeholders not thinking like that? So he's a private entrepreneur. Congratulations. I hope you do very well. But why are we not talking about digital solutions to solving the problems to crossing the Green Line? Because we're always talking about confidence-building measures, and they're important, but they always seem to be on a physical space rather than a virtual space. So my challenge to the audience, and I understand waste management is hard to be digital, but my challenge to the panel would be, could you consider some digital solutions that will bring solutions to interactions? Because in the digital space, issues such as recognition and issues such as inspections fade away. Thank you very much.
Digital.
Well, absolutely. One of the projects we're working on, the Technical Committee for Economic Matters has been working on for some time, is to find a way to do direct bank transactions. Well, it's precisely because we're in the digital age that nobody pays cash anymore for significant transactions. It's all done by bank transfer and so forth, and yet that's an obstacle. So in a way, we're trying to catch up to the digital economy with solutions that allow us to participate in the digital economy. There's bank accounts. Turkish Cypriots can't open bank accounts in the south, and the banks can't do direct transactions. And you can imagine what an incredible obstacle this is to trade.
And there was going to be a time difference, but I think they solved that problem, didn't they?
I haven't heard of it in the 9 months I've been here.
Okay. Good. Well, digital must be a contributor. Any other last questions before we move on to the next panel? Okay. Well, thank you very much to all of you. And all I can say is good luck. About learning from global leaders in innovation, resilience, and prioritizing high-value activities from Stelios Papadopoulos of JP Morgan, Greece. If he would like to come up. There you are. And my understanding is you can't take questions because
yes, unfortunately.
JP Morgan, it has to be off the record, or yeah. But that's fine. Please, will you give us your thoughts?
Thank you. And congratulations for the discipline, by the way. So I would like, first of all, to thank you all for being here, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. The subject today is innovation, and actually how we as an organization have dealt with it. Personally, I'm the senior country officer of JP Morgan for Greece and Cyprus. I used to run the Greek debt during the difficult years in between 2012 and 2018, but obviously the issue today is far different from that. I would say that it is fair to say that nobody has understood, no one from the large investment banking firms have anticipated and understood the way we had the depth of changes as far as the technology is concerned and the extent of disruption that this technological progress would create by non-banking players. Actually, already 10 years ago, we have understood and we have tried to develop and elaborate using these technological changes, domains like payments, e-commerce systems, trading platforms, and investment solutions for high net worth individuals. Now, one can easily understand how this technological progress has impacted non-banking sectors and how clients, mainly retailers who had contact with large platform which had a large platform of clients and therefore they benefited from a huge clientele, they wanted and very easily intervened in the environment of payments. So I will refer to two examples, the one being Walmart. Walmart, for instance, who have 200 million of clients every week, they have provided to them banking type of services in the sector of payments, of course. And Apple, no need to say, I think some of us, if not all of us, have used already the Apple Pay. So these two examples suggest that big technology companies that are already 100% digital, that have a large client platform, huge resources to invest in data and in systems, and a well-educated personnel, most of the times at least, with high engineering talent. They are in a position actually to flirt, if not introduce banking activities. And they do have one, well, I wouldn't call it advantage, while it is an advantage, but rather a feature, which is the fact that they are not regulated, in the sense that a bank always has the burden of a very heavy regulation, which has become even heavier after the Lehman issue in 2007, 2008. While these new companies can easily make payments, create payment spaces, create e-platforms, and introducing banking activities with having a much lighter regulation, if any. So this is something that obviously the banks have foreseen, and this is the environment, the landscape in which a bank is called to operate. So in a nutshell, I would say that depending on the activities, the way we have chosen to act was, first of all, to develop our own technology, which was obviously something extremely important, or for some activities which would ask for more, I would say, flexibility, we could cooperate with fintechs, which have by definition this flexibility and this different pace, and also oftentimes serving technological companies. So just to give you, and I will read some numbers for you, just to show a little bit what are the concrete achievements of this strategy, this threefold strategy. JP Morgan as a whole, and I'm talking now about the internal investment that we have done, JP Morgan Chase as a whole has more than 50,000 professionals fully dedicated to technology across all its line of businesses and functions. Software developers, cyber engineers, academics, researchers that focus on artificial intelligence, data scientists, etc., etc. JP Morgan invests on an annual basis, at least this is what we have done last year, and we have been criticized for that, about 12 billion in technology. 3 billion are solely dedicated to security. Among the many initiatives, the bank has built over time in this space, FLAR, which is the Future Lab for Applied Research and Engineering, the lab fully dedicated to research. The second system is Onyx, a business unit which is solely dedicated to the development of systems and solution of blockchain, payments, and e-commerce systems. And finally, the Explainable Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence, a research center, artificial intelligence, and many more. What I'm trying to tell you is that this investment is not only a practical kind of money machine, but rather a research and development center that tries to create applications, to invent new ideas that in the future, indeed, may be helpful for either ourselves or the clients. And to give you an idea of where these investments that I talked to you about has brought us, I would say that JP Morgan, as we speak, moves every day over $10 trillion, I repeat, trillion, in more than 100 countries. And it has been calculated that it processes more than 5,200 payments every second. JP Morgan was also the first bank to open a lounge in the metaverse. The corporate investment bank, which is being historically a leader within capital markets, has built over years proprietary trading platforms, participate into multi-dealer platforms, but this is something that one can expect, so I will not emphasize further on that. What is interesting is that, as an additional example, we have recently built Capital Connect platform that digitized the traditional IPO process, which, by the way, is a heavily regulated process, connecting investors with early-stage companies looking for equity funding. What do we do with that platform? Well, notably, technology in the platform can predict when companies might need to tap investors and how it harnesses data to connect companies with exactly the right type of investors. Now, as I said, the second path, when sometimes we believe that can be done more efficiently, is strategic partnership with fintech. JP Morgan has embraced innovation, although several acquisitions of companies and fintech companies enabled push towards innovation path. And the example I'm very proud to mention, because it is in Greece, is Viva Wallet. Viva Wallet, as you may know, is a Greek fintech leader across all Europe in the cloud-based payments. And we have acquired 48.5%. And this strategic acquisition will help us building further our technological superiority on this specific domain. Other partnerships include the acquisition of Nutmeg in the UK, which is a digital wealth manager, which is now part of Chase International, which is our digital bank in the UK. And finally, the third path that I mentioned before is that JP Morgan serves tech companies. So I have to say, well, I can mention some examples there, but what I would like to emphasize is the fact that you can read in the newspapers, you can read also in Bloomberg or elsewhere, that in reality, yes, fast growth company, fintechs do have some headwinds as we speak. The valuations are falling. All this might be true because the situation is as it is. But we really believe that this trend about the progress of technology, this trend about retailers or people who have large client platforms inventing or creating banking services that can provide to their clientele is irreversible. And therefore, a bank, specifically a bank, needs to follow this closely and to be in advance of all of this that happens right now, which creates a revolution to the banking system. This revolution will not stop. So it is our deep conviction that we are on the right path and that this is the way we need to follow. And with these final remarks, I would like once again to thank you very much for your patience. And I apologize that I cannot answer to any questions you may have, but I thought that it was comprehensive and simple. Thank you very, very much.
Fine. Thank you very much for those comments from JP Morgan. And if we're connected, we can move on to the final session with Erika Olsen, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Southern Europe and the Caucasus in the State Department. Erika Olsen, if you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and good morning from Washington, D.C., and good afternoon to everyone in Cyprus. I am really happy to be with you today. I wish I could have joined you in person in Nicosia, but really appreciate the opportunity to join these important conversations on Cyprus, the region, and the world. And this includes the importance of peaceful and prosperous Eastern Mediterranean. At a time when we all face unprecedented global and domestic challenges, our unity, resilience, and steadfastness are our greatest common strength. And we have many challenges still in front of us as we look forward. The United States stands together with our allies and partners in the region. And today, I want to highlight areas where we can and should make tangible progress. But unfortunately, no conversation about regional peace and prosperity today can begin without acknowledging Putin's brutal war of choice. The United States is proud to stand steadfast with you in our support for the people of Ukraine. The recent attacks on civilian centers are especially brutal. Russian bombs continue to hit playgrounds, public parks, and key civilian and energy infrastructure in Kiev and across the country. Waves of missiles indiscriminately struck Kiev's city streets and destroyed locations throughout Ukraine that had no military purpose and killed civilians. As Secretary Blinken said in response, now is the time to speak out in support of Ukraine. It is not the time for abstentions, placating words, or equivocations under claims of neutrality. The core principles of the UN Charter are at stake. President Putin's illegal war continues to have devastating human costs. There have been thousands of civilian casualties, millions of Ukrainians forced to flee their homes, staggering global food shortages, and skyrocketing energy costs around the world that affect all of us, from big business to the most vulnerable communities. In response, the United States and our partners have designated more than 2,500 Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian individuals and entities for their involvement in or support for the war. These are specifically targeted to disrupt Russian military industrial supply chains and the enabling oligarchs who profit off the Russian people and perpetuate Putin's brutal war. These sanctions and export controls are intended to ensure that Russia suffers a strategic defeat. Our sanctions and export controls must ensure that the Kremlin's imperial pursuits in Ukraine do not succeed, and that it cannot pursue this behavior again in the future in Ukraine or elsewhere. At the end of last month, the United States imposed swift and severe costs on Russia for Putin's so-called annexation of regions in Ukraine. We have also taken action to impose visa restrictions on over 5,000 Russian officials involved in violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity, human rights abuses, or suppression of dissent. Importantly, President Putin's actions have repercussions that affect the region and the world. Due to Putin's war, natural gas prices in the Eastern Mediterranean region, as many of you know better than I, have increased more than tenfold in the first half of 2021. Global coal prices have doubled this year, and global oil prices have increased by over 30%. This situation shows us how important it is to diversify source and type of electricity as we look at our future. And it also hastens the need for the Eastern Mediterranean and the whole world, frankly, to find solutions that satisfy today's energy demands while simultaneously planning for the energy environment of the future. We remain committed to projects that physically connect the Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East, and North Africa, and will get additional energy supplies to Europe. Natural gas plays an important transitionary role, and getting gas on the market quickly will help strengthen the energy security of the region. However, at the same time, we deal with the challenges created by Putin's weaponizing of energy supplies. We must not lose focus on moving toward a more sustainable and secure energy supply, one based on renewables and green energy. Our major infrastructure projects should focus on defining the future, and electricity interconnectors will be the backbone of those future energy networks. This is particularly true in the East Med. We are encouraged by the European Commission's January pledge to provide 657 million euros for the Eurasia electricity interconnection, which will link Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, in addition to the 100 million euros from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The US government was honored to attend the October 14th event in Nicosia, at which European Energy Commissioner Kadri Simpson inaugurated the Euro-Asia interconnector. The Eastern Mediterranean energy sector of the future is diverse, reliable, and secure. To achieve this, together, we must transition from fossil fuels to renewables like hydro, solar, wind, and geothermal. We must engage our best and brightest to perfect innovative technologies such as hydrogen and small modular reactors, which could be game changers. The transition to clean, renewable, and sustainable energy is not only vital for our shared security, but necessary to address the real existential threats from climate change. The Eastern Mediterranean has already seen the long-term challenges of climate change, such as the devastating wildfires and degradation of the marine and coastal environment. On wildfires, I would first like to express my condolences for those who have lost family, friends, homes, and businesses. The United States knows well the tragedy and risk of wildfires, and we are committed to developing close ties for our mutual benefit on wildfire response, recovery, disaster preparedness, and resilience building. I was heartened to see the bi-communal cooperation on Cyprus to respond to fires. In the broader region, the United States is proud to have provided emergency response support that helped extinguish harrowing fires in both Turkey and Greece. Next month is another major opportunity, just like this conference is, to address global climate change. COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. It is imperative for the world to implement and strengthen their national determined contributions to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius warming within reach. For our part, the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and its $369 billion investment in clear energy solutions and clean energy solutions puts the United States on track to meet our NDC and ambitious 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned target. In the run-up to COP27, we are committed to working with all countries to tackle the climate crisis and urge countries to join several of our initiatives. A signature initiative is the Global Methane Pledge, a commitment by more than 100 countries representing 2/3 of global GDP to collectively reduce global methane emissions 30% in 2030 from 2020 levels. We are encouraging countries to accelerate and intensify innovation and deployment of clean and renewable energy solutions in all industrial and transportation sections. We also encourage countries of the East Med to join the Green Shipping Challenge, where countries and the private sector are asked to announce proposals to keep the shipping industry in line with net zero emissions goals at our COP27 launch event. With winter approaching, we will keep working together to respond to the challenging environment Putin's war has created. The United States is honored to be helping with LNG shipments to Europe to help meet the need and to create resilience and energy security going into the winter. But all of us need to work together and stay united as we face this challenge. And for a safe and prosperous Eastern Mediterranean to exist, we must condemn Putin's acts of aggression so that he can no longer jeopardize the world's energy and food security. As we solve the energy problems before us, we have an opportunity to choose better, cleaner, more sustainable, and more secure sources of energy. We can do so by making commitments that matter. We can cooperate with our partners in the region and create policies that will serve us now and in the future. I look forward to collaborating with all of you on these important issues and thank the organizers for putting together this event to allow us to discuss these important issues for the region and the world. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm very honored to have been here.
I don't know if there's time for any. There is time for one or two questions if anybody wants to ask. The obvious question I wanted to start with, because I just don't know the answer at the moment, is do you happen to know, or can you tell us, will President Biden be at Sharm el-Sheikh?
I actually cannot confirm that at this point. I think schedules are still being worked, but I applaud you for the asking. I think more information will come on that as we get closer to the event.
Okay, fine. Anybody else got a comment or a question they want to ask the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State? I'm looking around. George, do you have a question? He's not listening.
Well, I'm happy if my speech covered it all, so no need to force questions.
Okay, well, I think you've done pretty well in that case. You seem to have covered the ground pretty thoroughly at the end of a long day. But thank you very much for your time. Sorry you couldn't be here in person, but we did have your ambassador here, so we did pretty well. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the flexibility of allowing me to come in virtually. Have a good evening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And I think that concludes our business for today, but do come back tomorrow. There will be several sessions at 10 o'clock, several sessions again on energy, the Eastern Mediterranean, and themes that we've discussed today. And I'm sure you're all looking forward to hearing about the Cypriot presidential election tomorrow afternoon from some of the candidates. So please do come back tomorrow. We'll start at, is it 10 o'clock or 10 past 10? It's about 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed
interest
is
rate
set to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
$1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully,
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal.
Federal Reserve is raising the
Fed is
interest
set
rate
to raise interest rates.
Highest inflation in 40 years.
It's walking a real tightrope here. It needs to slow the economy without...
You know, this is all about taking that first step, taking that first trade. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
We'll go through the pros and cons, then we'll jump on the platform and set a trade up here. Right, let's get into it.
EcomBX boasts some of the best global tech gurus, experienced bankers, and finance specialists who created a platform to rule them all. Designed to provide solutions to meet your expectations, the platform provides you with access to your accounts, enabling you to execute instant and fast payments all over the world with the use of intelligence, giving you absolute control, freedom, and power to convert your money to multiple currencies and perform your transactions wherever you are, however you want. We believe in building trusting relationships that enable our customers to utilize our services to the maximum while working towards the future to enhance our offering with more trustworthy connections that provide safety and security. Our devotion to quality service and alignment with regulation enabled us to become a member of SWIFT and SEPA and helped us provide ideal and timeless solutions as well as enhanced protection for your funds. FinTech we are.
(1,700 journalists, 138 Pulitzer Prize Awards in journalism. The New York Times, the newspaper with the largest impact in the world. The New York Times Sunday edition, now in Cyprus. Enjoy 28 pages of award-winning journalism that determine worldwide agenda, together with the Sunday edition of Kathimerini at the same low price of €2.90. The New York Times and Kathimerini every Sunday. Kathimerini, knowledge is truth.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products while helping to advance climate solutions